Hello. Hi. Did you notice something change? I mean, it's very minor, but I did change the pitch a little bit. Here I am with heckin' voice mod shenanigans. Hey, I want to play voice mod, right? Maybe someday I'll buy voice mod. I don't know. Hi everyone. Hope you're doing good. Hi Pinky. Hi Brian. And also Brian. I don't think I'm. I think I'm far from that. But I'll try to be. I hope you are doing good. This morning I did a bunch of stuff. This morning. I feel accomplished. I washed my car. And finally my car is doing great. Somewhat seems to be unlinked. Uh-oh. You're wrong. Am I wrong though? Okay, let me go check on CloudBot real quick. I'm getting buttered. Oh god. Was unlinked for the streamers as well? Maybe something happened with Streamlabs. Probably. Maybe Streamlabs is being a little bit jank. It happens. Food talk is what I'm gonna be doing. Well, not just what I'll be doing today for the whole day. I don't think I can talk for 6 hours. I mean, I can, but not from one single topic. It's not impossible. Very difficult. Food talk. Not that foot. Yeah, somehow ClubBot just got disabled. There, it should be back now. Also, I try to not change too much of the pitch with voice mod. So, also I hope the voice mod is not too loud, right? I did lower down the voice because it was very loud just now. But I don't know. If it's too loud, I'll adjust it a little bit. But other than that, I hope everything is fine. I just upped the pitch a little bit. Oh, it's back? Okay, good. It's back. It is back. It is subtle but can give to modified pitch. Ooh, nice. Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know. I don't want to be like... I don't want to be just over the top too high pitch. I don't think I'm gonna do that anyway. I don't too much of it.
Mamma mia, baby got the diarrhea.
Baby got the diarrhea, huh? Papa Pia, Mamma Mia. Baby got the... Dude, if baby got diarrhea, would they be able to survive? Diarrhea is a big problem. It hurts, man. I remember, you know, because last week I suffered from heckin' food poisoning. Oh, actually not last week, this week. Plus a little bit of last week. And boy oh boy, does my asshole hurt a lot. I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it. It hurts, man. I don't know. It feels like if a baby were to go through diarrhea, damn, it must be very harsh for them. Like very, very harsh. I'm talking about food. Not foot. All right, it's different. So I took a bunch of pictures. Also, sorry if the picture doesn't look that great. It's just everything is not opened. But I do try to take what's inside. What's inside and what the name of it is. I try anyway. Yeah, these are the bunch of pictures that I have. But give me a moment. Let me just double check these pictures real quick. Yeah, some of this is like not the best, but you can kind of see what it is and or see the name of that thing. Yeah, a bunch of pictures. So before I get into this, so these are the food that is all, well, not all, but most of the time we get these during Chinese New Year. And Chinese New Year usually during Chinese New Year, we go visit relatives, we go visit cousins, and or if you have like a real life friend, like in for me, my mid school friends, we have a get together, and then we all go out to like everyone's house to visit them, and then exchange. We're not exchanging, but we go there. If okay, let's say I'm not married, right? So I can get what is called ang pao. Ang pao is red packet. Red packet means money, right? So I can get that. Only those who got married has to give out red packet, for prosperity reasons. We do this like traditions, like we exchange things, we give things, and then it's pretty much just traditions, but we are not exchanging. Those like me, I'm not married, so I get money for visiting other people's house. I mean, not much, right? Not much, but it is the thought that counts, and it's really good, right? I'm not even gonna complain. If I got like one ringgit, 2 ringgit, 5 ringgit, that's good. Hell yeah, man! It's practically free, right? I'm getting free money. Holy shit, it's crazy. Food stream, yeah, it's been a while too. Been a while since I last talked about any like food stream. And not at least there's some kind of control for diarrhea, right? Yeah. Maybe cobbling together a job application in the background. Oh, good luck with that, Pinky. All the best for your job application. Also, you did say their exam is like soon, right? I hope you don't have any more chest pain, because it's gonna. I hope that's not gonna affect the exam. But still, all the best for all of that. All right, you got this. You got this. Anyway, today food stream. We start from this. This is keropok. Keropok lah ho. But I don't know what to call in English. Pain is also gone. Nice, good. It's on Tuesday. Ooh, that's pretty soon. It's like next week, right? Yeah, it's already Friday. Good luck. So this, how do you call this? I mean, it's only called keropok in Malay, but it's not Malay food necessarily. It kind of is. Maybe it's not really. This one is like shrimp flavor. This one there's like shrimp flavor. There's like fish flavor. Crackers. You know what? It's time for Google. Translate.google.com. Give me something. Hawaiian? No. Let me go Malay and see what we get. Right? Malay to Danish? No, English. Malay. Keropok. I mean, it's not far. It has that cracker feel, but it's more addicting and more delicious. It has more. How do you even say that? The crack. It has more. This is a loud food, right? This is a very loud food. In the middle of the night, if you were to get this and then you just like snap it in half, everyone will wake up. Well, not that loud, but still, it's a bit of an exaggeration. But you get what I mean, right? So it's a loud food. It's very comforting. It's really good. It's very fucking good, and it's absolutely terrible for your throat. Absolutely terrible for your throat. Yes, crunchy. Yeah, that's the word, crunchy. It has big crunch, very, very crunch. It's fried, right? This thing is fried. We buy like a package. Do we get this? Keropok package. How do you spell package? Hey. How do you spell package? Oh. I'm gonna cry. Is it a vegetable? No, it's not. It has. God, it's not like this. It's not this. It's not keropok leko. Keropok keping, maybe. Let me see. I mean, it's something like this, but this looks very bad. This looks terrible, actually. I don't have the unfried ones because I already like fried it out all. This one we fried on all on our own, right? It went from like a small piece, and then you've deep fried it with small heat or medium heat, right? In deep fried in medium heat, and then it will only a few seconds it will become big, right? Keropok, yeah, man. Hi, whatever. This is good shit, right? This is definitely good shit, but I just cannot find that. It's something like this, keropok ikan, but it looks more appetizing than this. Why is the packaging of this so terrible? Unplanned, by the way. I did not script any of this. Welcome to my stream where I never script out anything that I'm gonna talk about. Hi, whatever. Welcome in. Is it fish? It is kind of a fish. Yeah, it's fish flavored. It can be fish flavored. It can be shrimp flavored. I think 2 of these, right? Is there chicken flavor? I don't think so. I don't think there's like chicken flavor. Hi, cheesecake. Stink. Me also need to fully look and hurry the application up. It's okay, Pinky. I understand. Good luck with the job application. You got this, alright? It's very important. All the best for you. Best wishes. Keropok keping ikan. Kalau ikan atau udang. Saya boleh cuba udang lah. Yeah. Oh yeah. There it is. Oh yeah. This is the best. So also at first it looks like this, and they will deep fry it. Oh yeah. You deep fry it in medium heat, and then it will like grow, like literally grow into this. Also, mind you, right? Mind you that this picture I have here, like this one is already snapped in half. I snapped these in half and put it inside the gong bucket. Right, so it's originally very big. Oh yeah, also they are very brittle. It's very easily snapped in half. Keropok is always either prawn or fish. Well, sometimes pork. Ooh, pork? I didn't know that, honestly. Don't think I tried any porked ones, but yeah, these things are like very brittle. Also, if you pair this up with acar, what do you call acar? Acar. I wonder if I can like search for acar. It's very weird, but let me try it. Pickle. Is it actually pickle? Acar. 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 Za. Oh my god, it actually works. Yes, acar. It kind of works, but 过年吃萝卜配 acar, yeah, these kind of acar, not acar, yeah, acar. Oh, acar is good. Acar is good if you combo this with acar. Woo, I'm gonna come. Yeah, it's something like this in a jar, but if only they can take a better picture of this. It is something like this. Maybe not like this. This is a little bit not appetizing. It should be more this, but a little bit more saturated brownish or orange-ish. Yeah, it is kind of a pickle. Yeah, it is kind of a pickle. There's pickle inside and a bunch of things inside as well. It tastes spicy, sour, and sweet. It tastes these 3 things, and boy oh boy does it work so well. Yeah, it's made from this carrot, pickle, and chili, carrot pickle chili. Acha keropok latjao. Keropok latjao, man. Keropok plus acha is like, whoo. Goddamn, yeah. It is something like this. Just where's that picture again? This one, right? So usually we put acha on top of keropok like this. So this is the piece of keropok. Let me put it bigger for y'all. Yeah, see this? This is the keropok udang. And then you put a bit of acha here. And then you chop it. It's like, oh. Oh my god, I want to do it. I want to do it right now. So funny thing is, a little bit, well, not really off topic, but every time during me and my friends visiting each other's house, there's one of my friends' house that when I go there, and then their parents will be like, "Oh, there you are. You want to try our acha? We made acha on our own, and it tastes really good." And then she proceeds to put 2 jars of acha in front of me, and then just and then put out a bucket of keropok. And it's like, there you go, go eat it. It's really good. It's like, thanks, auntie. And then I'll just be there, you know, people are talking, and then I'm there, eating acha and keropok. Best feeling ever, man. Right, so yeah, this is acha and keropok lah. So keropok is something like this. Deep fried, it becomes this, right? So it's very big, it's very brittle. So it's kind of hard to put into like a bucket like this, but it works, right? It works. It's sort of a tradition. We always get this one. It's really good. So that's the first thing now. And then I think the rest of the things is gonna be just like all pastries, I believe. First things first, this one. So if I deep fry it, it becomes small again. Only if you can deep fry it, then maybe. If you have the power to deep fry it, then probably. I know. Okay, so the pictures that I take here is all not so good. All right, excuse my photography skills, because these pictures are took in a hurry, because I need to go a few days back. I need to go to the bank and do stuff. So that's why my mom is like, hurry up, man, we're gonna go. It's like, okay, give me a moment, let me just take all these pictures. And then yeah, this picture's not as good. So this thing, what do we call this? Cheese stick. Cheese stick. Right. So it's like butter cheese cookie, but this thing is most people's favorite. Safe to say, this thing tastes really fucking good. Yeah, cheese stick, but it's like cookie kind of thing, right? It has the consistency of a cookie. And then it tastes of butter and cheese. Well, it's like cheese, right? It's not really cheese. There's only a slight hint of cheese. Mostly butter, and I think there's like milk in it. I mean, of course, butter is made of milk. Why am I even saying? Yeah, but this thing is very, very... This thing tastes really fucking good. I cannot really like explain how good it tastes, but I can tell you, it is this thing is most people's favorite, right? Most people's favorite. Like in my family, of the 7, make that 8, because I have a nephew. Make that 8. 8 people. No one hate this. No one doesn't like this, and of course, every time I go to other people's house, I see this, it's only like left a little bit, because everyone loves this shit. Everyone eats this. I wonder, if I search for like cheese stick pastry, what's gonna happen? Biscuit? Biscuits? It's Parmesan cheese stick cookie. It is this, but not any of these. It's only this. It looks like this. Cheese stick. Let me just like cookie. What are these? What are these? Yeah, it's this, right? It's usually we have this for Chinese New Year. Yeah, it is something like this. Oh, this thing tastes so good. What are these though? Sablés? Savory cheesy crisp cookie. Oh god, no. So it looks something like this. Tastes pretty good. What can I say? This is a lot of people's favorite. Mine, me included. Hi, McLarge. Hi. How are you doing? Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Man, I want to eat it now, but I cannot because I need to save some for the guests, right? Usually we have this. It's a thing there too. Yeah, this thing is like top tier Chinese New Year food. Top 5, top 3 easily. Top 3 very easily. I'm not talking about di bak kwa today because I already talked about it before, but I can always talk about it. Now I'll include di bak kwa, but I didn't take any pictures here. Of course, it's easy to search for like di bak kwa or like gay bak kwa. Dead and Nasta. Easy hospitality. I know, right? Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. Give me this. You lure me to your house like we have cheese sticks. Like I'm in, baby. Give it to me. So yeah, there's cheese stick. Next we have this. Oh yeah, this as well. This is definitely, in my very opinion, top 1. So there it is. 紫菜酥 crispy bread. Right. Let me get a bigger picture. I took off this with my phone, by the way, so it's not that good. I'm sorry. Yeah, 紫菜酥 crispy seaweed. Did this? Whew. So you see this little white thing here? So inside is like a thin piece of seaweed, right? Fried seaweed, and then what's covering the seaweed is usually fried popiah skin. Popiah skin. Spring roll wrap. Is it called spring roll wrap? Spring roll skin. Yeah. This. Premier quality. It's not E. There's no E. Premier. Yeah, this is a good brand. This one's a good brand. I always go for this one. 第一家 Spring Home 春卷皮. Right, this one's pretty good. So this thing is very thin, very thin. You usually sprinkle a bit of a water, or you spray like water on top of these things so that you can like separate them and then be able to peel them off easily. Because usually when we buy this, it will all be like stick together, 40 pieces, right? 40 pieces all stick together so that you have to like spray a little bit of water, but not too much because it breaks very easily. So spray a bit of water, peel it up very slowly, and we use that. We put like, so it's a square shape. Peel it, put it on a flat surface, and then you get like a huge piece of seaweed. Huge piece of seaweed, put on top of them, and then just let them stick. Right, they'll stick together. It's kind of sticky as well. The skin is kind of sticky, so you let them stick, and then you cut them all to like small pieces. Yeah, cut into small pieces, and then it become like this, and then you throw into oil. Right, you deep fry them once more. So in Chinese New Year, most of the things are deep fried. That's why we get fat. That's why we always say Chinese New Year is the time to get fat. Because all of these are, most of the food here are deep fried. And deep fried food are pretty oily, of course, right? So yeah. So we deep fried it. It becomes like this. Very, very crunchy, very delicious with a hint of not really a hint of seaweed, but Usually with crispy seaweed like this, usually I say this, the first bite doesn't taste as good, but when the taste kicks in, it is fucking amazing, and then you won't want to stop. At least I won't want to stop when the taste kicks in. It's like, oh, wow, what biang eh, bo biang. Right, it's really good. It is the matter of when the taste kicks in, and usually the first bite is not the best. Right, the first bite is not the best, but after the first bite, when the taste kicks in, you would want to keep eating this thing. It's really good. Although I already eat a little bit of this, so that's why it's not exactly full. Guilty. Guilty. We get fat and our wallet get fat. I know, right? It's such a win-win situation. Well, we get fat and our wallet get fat, but then, you know, those already married, their wallet get a little bit slimmer. A little bit slimmer so that our wallet can get fat. It's a win for us. It's a win. Yeah, spring or screen. This one's pretty good. Anyway, that is crispy seaweed. Next up, this one is just like a generic chocolate chip cookie. But I took this one because my sister made this. That's why I took it. Like, oh, it's just a chocolate chip cookie. I'll take it. Nothing much to say about this, you know. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you guys know how chocolate chip cookie tastes. But I'm gonna tell you anyway. Chocolate cookie butter plus chips in the middle of the cookie somewhere, you know, randomized, you know, different seed for every cookie. There's different seed generations for each of the cookies, where there will be different patterns for all the chocolate chips going on. So yeah, chocolate chip cookie. You can never go wrong with a bit of a chocolate chip cookie. It's a classic. Tastes good. It's very comforting, and also fattening. Ah man, all the food is gonna make me fat this Chinese New Year. It's pretty good. So yeah, chocolate chip cookie, classic. So this thing, one thing about this, and no, not this. Where is it? This one. So this and this, they are similar food, but different shape. Similar food, different shape. Coconut cookies is what they're called. Boro, right? I mean, in Malay we call it kueh pangkit now. Kueh pangkit, right? Kueh pangkit is really good. Also, this thing is very dry though, so if you eat too much of this, you will actually feel like I've been living in the desert for 10 years. I need water. I need water right now. But yeah, this thing is very dry. But if you can get past that dry bit, this thing very sweet, by the way, very sweet. Very sweet, very dry, but it tastes of coconut milk, and boy oh boy, it's really good. Usually when I eat this, I'll always keep eating. That's only normal. It's normal to want more, right? when something like this is very sweet and it tastes really good, it's very addicting. This thing is very addicting. Hi Lex. There's a lot of ways to make a chocolate chip cookie. Oh really? Sorry, I'm not really like a pastry chef or something, so that's why I don't know. Maybe I just assume that there's like one kind of chocolate chip cookie. But yeah, this is what my sister made, and the rest of these we bought it, right? I'm gonna slowly go through them. Yeah, I've been booped. Also guilty, I ate this. That's why it's not full. I mean, my dad did eat this as well. My dad loved this as well, like a lot. Both of us is like, I want coconut. Bagi saya kue bukit. I mean, we don't speak Malay, huh? Like, 我想要吃那个椰子饼. It's a big This is it. Yeah, this thing very addicting to me anyway, right? This is easily top 5 for me. Easily top 5. Why do I want to rate this in top 5, top 3, top 1? I don't know. But yeah, I would definitely want this. But although not a lot of people will have this as one of their pastry put on the table, because I don't know, honestly. Because I go to a bunch of people's house, they don't have this on display, but we do. Not gonna complain, you know? Because there's still a lot of other good things other than this one, because there's a lot more. What is it? This is kue pungkit. Oh, coconut cookies. Cookies with coconut flavor. It's not just like, you know, it's not just like hard sweetness. It has a bit of a coconut kind of fresh sweetness to it. I don't know how to explain it, but it's really, it doesn't make me feel like, you know, when you have too much of a sweet things, and then you feel a little bit wanting to vomit tendencies. Vomit tendency. Yeah, I mean, and at least I feel that way. At least I kind of feel that way, right? When I eat too much sweet, I just kind of don't. I just lost the appetite. I lose appetite when I eat too many sweet things. I could not have that in my kitchen. Too many appliances all over the counters, no room. Oh, Lou love coconut. Yeah, coconut cookies is pretty good. So this thing is the same thing as this, but different shape. But this one is more satisfying. Yeah, it's more satisfying because it's thicker, right? And honestly, this is the bottom part of the cookie, right? So here is the bottom part of the cookie, and then in the middle, it's kind of, it's not really empty, hollow. It has something, but it's a more sagu. I don't think it's sagu lah, this one. Bukit ah. But yeah, it's not necessarily hollow or empty inside. I don't know how to explain. There's so many things I don't know how to explain, but I'll try to explain as best I can, right? I'll try to explain as best I can. The middle, when you bite into it, it's not just pure hardness. That's why when you bite into it, it has like the middle is it's good. It's good. Trust me. If you eat too much, if you eat too many sweet things, I think you will die. You know what? That's a good point. Yeah, I will. You know, being a person with diabetes, I have to control my intake of sugar. But yeah, I mean, I have diabetes for like 16 years. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I can handle this shit. But yeah, this is kue pungkit. This is pretty good. This one is small bits, but you can like shove you can shove a few biscuits into your mouth and you're just like yeah. Albeit this one, oh no, not this one. Where is it? Albeit this one, if you shove too many, you feel like you live in the desert for 10 years. So yeah, take care. Also, hydrate a lot when you eat kue pungkit, right? Next, what do we have? A YOLO? Oh my god, I haven't heard that for a long time. YOLO! No, I cannot YOLO. I still need to live. I need to live. I need to go to furry conventions and play games. What is this? Persimmon cheese cookies. I think it's this one. Yeah, this one. I cannot open this up yet. You see how tight it's being tied up to? It's tied up with this, and then they have like a solo tap. Solo tap. What do you call solo tap again? In KL, people doesn't know what solo tap is. Solo tap, silicone tape. Yeah, this is silicone tape to tape them and tape around this red area. so that good seal, good seal. So it's very this one is new. We just bought this. What is it again? Persimmon cheese cookie, 佩佩如意起司咸酥饼，佩佩如意。Is it 佩佩or 事事？哦，事事如意啊，是西红柿啊。哦，事事如意。Let me see 啊。事事西红柿。Yeah, that's. Is that SH? Oh, it's SH. Okay. Okay, 是 Okay. Where's the 是? Oh my god, there's so many 是. Not this one. There's even shit's coming up already. 是 There's too many 是. Why don't I just like 事事如意? Oh wow, so it's a classic? I didn't know this. This is new to me. Wow. 事事如意哦. I'm sorry, this is like new to me. That's why I'm like so kind of interested about this. Oh, sorry, not this one. This one. You just opening a new tab. Yeah. What is persimmon? I need to know what persimmon is. Persimmon, Google Translate. From English 时 keropok to persimmon. Kasema? Kasema, I don't know what kasema is. Chinese. 柿子 Oh! It's a fruit? Oh, 柿子 I know what 柿子 is, yeah. I mean, yeah, it does look like 柿子 It does look like persimmon, yes, now I know. This is so cool. I never know about this. So this one is like cheese cookies, right? It looks like a persimmon, but it's actually cheese cookie. This is new to me. This is the first time we bought this year. Persimmon. Dude, this looks so cool, by the way. Why am I admiring this now? I mean, it's a thing that I've never seen before, so yeah. Oh. Hi, Narix. Narix, have you had this before? Yeah, I have voice mod on. I just want to change a little bit. Have fun. Just a subtle change. Go, yeah. Yeah. You really sound like a kobold now. Yes, it works. When I first saw the label, I thought it might have both persimmon and cheese flavors. Maybe. Maybe it has both persimmon and cheese flavor, but the name doesn't. I mean, persimmon cheese cookies. Maybe it has persimmon. Maybe there's a persimmon taste to this. Maybe. I haven't had this, so I have no idea. It's a new thing even for me. This thing. Go, yeah, I'm not old like that. 新年快乐，昂包哪里？昂包给不了你啊！我连结婚都还没有结婚，你叫我给昂包？没有看过，对啦，这个很新耶。This one is new to me. When I first saw the label, I bought had both persimmon and butt flavors. Yo, makes more sense to be persimmon shaped out all the cheese flavor. Oh really? At least in my head. It's also true. I don't think it. I mean, it's possible to have persimmon, a hint of persimmon, in cheese cookies. Will it taste good though? I have no idea. Maybe this is something. It doesn't look like something new. If this is what it's called, 事事如意, right? Seems like this thing has been here for a long time. I just didn't know anything about it. Jesus Christ! I thought those were pickled eggs. Pickled eggs? I mean, it's not far off. It's not far off. This thing, never know what to call it. Persimmon cheese cookies. Now you can call it persimmon cheese cookies. You're welcome. God, let me just close this. I cannot have too many tabs open. My PC will die. Yeah, persimmon cheese cookies. 35 though, fuck. Kasema. Apa kamu tak suka kasema? Tak suka? I mean, to be honest, I don't really like persimmon as well, but I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. No like hate towards it. I will still eat it, but I prefer not to. Right? Just painfully neutral. Painfully neutral. My life already is sour. I don't need anymore. No, it's so sad. Persimmon. My life already is sour. God, relatable, man. But yeah, the name is very interesting though. 四四如意. This is like a word play. Usually it's like the other 四. This is to like hope everything goes well. Everything that you do goes well. 事事如意. Yeah, so that's the persimmon cheese cookie. This one is new even to me. No, that's different. No, it's not. 万事如意. I mean, yeah, it's similar. What 万事如意 and 事事如意 is like similar meaning. Yeah. This one is just butter cookies, but made in the shape of bunnies, because you know, it's the year of the bunny. And you know what's even more important? You know what's happening next year? You guys know what's happening next year? Next year is gonna be the year of the dragon. Oh, I don't care about the year of the ox, even though I'm like my Chinese zodiac is ox, but I care more about being I care more about dragon. Year of the dragons next year. Is it? 鼠牛虎兔龙蛇马羊猴鸡狗猪。鼠牛虎兔龙. Yeah. So next year is like dragon. 鼠牛虎兔龙蛇马羊猴鸡狗猪. That's the 12 Chinese zodiac. Year of the bunny. Oh god. Horny year. Yeah, it's gonna be like, it's gonna be the horny year for me next year. Please check on me. I don't want to go absolute butt fucking insane. Oh shit. Dragon? What's that? Never heard of it? Oh, Lex, you never heard of our Lord and Savior Dragon? Here, I have a dragon simping corner where I can show you a bunch of dragons. What's a good one to show? I mean, Koraidon is not necessarily a dragon, but it's close enough. Oh, you. I mean, yeah, that's a dragon as well. Thank you, Lex. What's next after dragon? 鼠牛兔龙蛇. Snake. Snake is also good. Oh shit. 2 years straight? 2 years straight, baby. I mean, I guess this is as dragon as it gets. Yeah, this is as dragon as it gets. Yeah. I need to contribute more in Dragon Sipping Corner. I'm surprised you remember the order. Honestly, I'm surprised too. I don't know when I remember that shit. But yeah, it's 鼠牛虎兔龙蛇马羊猴鸡狗猪. Heckin' dragon! I know, right? Heckin' dragon! God, I love dragons so much. I cannot wait to finish my Linglong model, or to start it off and make an actual Eastern dragon. You know, other than just trying to go for like overly cutesy style. See, my problem with... Oh yeah, I know this, a little bit off topic, but in terms of my Linglong model, my Eastern dragon model, Ling Long is the character, is my Eastern Dragon character. You see above my head, the orb, that's like the old version of Ling Long. I think I did show it. You know, let's derail a little bit. Don't worry about it. Let's derail for a few minutes. Let me find the ref sheet there. Oh yeah, also it's a very terribly drawn ref sheet for my Eastern Dragon. But here we go. I drew this in 2018. So this is Ling Long Eastern Dragon. Very, very simple looking. I mean, it's just like pink, yellow, green eye. Main ops. I like furry bracelets, and my character, I always want to have like this. I said I want to have this, but pinky cica. No, ini dah naga. Ini bukan cica sudah. Cica lah ini. Sini dah cica. Tapi ini bukan cica. Ini naga. That's the heckin' cute dragon. Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna make this. Naga tidak cute like that. What? Naga tak play comel kah? Ayo. Naga mesti dah comel. Is this strong with reference to how Qinglong looks like? Not really. I think when I created this one, I'm very like I was in love with kimono style. That's why you see the drop crotch thing here. You know, like huge, thick thighs, right? Drop crotch. You know how kimono style suits, they have like a drop crotch? Yeah, something like this. I was really obsessed with kimono style characters and suits, so that's why. Yeah, heckin' cute dragon. Thick thigh saves lives? Totally, yeah. That's why I feel like my snake needs to be slightly more thicker. the snake needs to be slightly more thicker. It's a little bit too slim, I just realized. But I'm gonna change that in the far future, not soon. Okay, so this is Ling Long. I drew this in 2018, like, my god. Just be all thighs and no legs, easy. I need to walk. Thighs is not made for walking. Thigh is made to support the upper body, I think. Yeah. So this is Ling Long. I will make it's she's an Eastern Dragon, right? Definitely. Eastern Dragon. That's why I say I have a dragon character. That's why I don't want to make another dragon character, because I already have one. And I don't want to make too many characters, or else I'll lose track. That's why four is more than enough, I would say. 4 is a lot. Okay, let's get back here. Naga mesti dah comel. So this is just normal butter cookies, but with the shape of bunai. Actually, pretty cute. I love this. I upload this one because this container here is like a lot smaller than the other ones. It's very small. This one is very small. So yeah, it's like a bunai. Actually, really cute. I'm surprised that people can make pastries like this. I forgot to blip. Can I get all eyes? All eyes, baby. Oh yeah, I can get multiple eyes. And snoot. Multiple snoot. Hi, Wolfie. Looks good, right? Damn, animal looks so good. How are you doing, Wolfie? Welcome in. Yeah, that's what it's for. Maximum jank. It's pretty fun. Also, I keep forgetting to blab. Blab is very important for Kobo. Kobo needs blip. All right, next one do we have? Coffee cookies. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory, isn't it? But it's quite self-explanatory. It is just coffee cookies. That's it. Coffee with a hint. Coffee with a hint of cookie. Cookie with a hint of coffee is what I'm trying to say. Coffee with a hint of cookie. Oh my god. Has anyone ever made coffee, cookie flavored coffee? Is it possible? Oh shit. My brain is onto something here. Wait, let me search on Google. Oh my god. Cookie flavor coffee. No, not cookie. Coffee. Give me drinks, not chi. I was so halfway through saying coffee. Yeah. Kobo snake? I mean, this one is just purely Kobo. This one is purely Kobo. Hi, LDS. I was so halfway subutting coffee butt. Cookie and caffeine in one go? Sign me up. I know, right? This one is new to me. But coffee cookies, man. Coffee cookies. Ooh. I can't wait to try this out. Coffee flavored cookies though. My god, man. People should make this more. I mean, it seems pretty common. Kue kopi? Kue kopi? Oh god. Buzzball is speaking on legs. Buzzball seems to have a target every day. A different target.
TDS. I believe you've made a mistake. You're about to get a lot of Tom Cruise telephone jokes with this thing.
Oh yeah?
LOL.
If too much spam, I have the silence TTS here. I have the power. That's why I put it. I can always silence it when it gets too much. But don't worry, I have a. If it's too much, I'll tell you guys first. Oh, just give me an idea for a monthly baking project. Coffee cake? Coffee cake? See, Buzzbot loves you, Legs. God. Yeah, Buzzbot loves Legs. Who doesn't? We need to love Legs. We need to love Legs so that we can walk around. Very important. And yeah, this one is pretty self-explanatory. It's just coffee cookies. I can't wait to try this out. I wonder what the consistency is gonna be. Although, speaking of cookies, do you like... Am I the weird one? Because I said that I kind of like a more soft tasting cookie, or soft what's the word again? Consistency. A little bit of a softer side consistency for the cookie. Like if it's like brittle until to a point where it can snap, I mean, it's fine, right? That's what cookie is supposed to be. But I kind of like it a little bit softer side. Like the one that melts in your mouth kind. Maybe not that kind. Maybe not that much. It's not that crunchy. It's more like... powdery, question mark? I mean, powdery is too much. It's not... It's somewhere in between powdery and crunchy. Yeah? Yeah, I like cheese stick texture. Yeah, exactly like that. If it's too crunchy, I just have like a little bit of a hard time like biting it. I mean, sure, it's very satisfying, but if I want to go for if I want to eat for a long time, like I want to eat a lot more, I don't want to keep like my jaw gets tired. That's why people can eat cheese stick. God damn it, I'm not old. I'm not old, you bully. Crumbly? Yeah, kinda. Yeah, crumbly. I think that's the word. I never heard of crumbly, but it sounds right. It sounds like what I want, crumbly. I'm not old. I will shit my pants. I think your voice changed a little bit since the last time I heard you. Sounds a bit higher pitched. Yeah. I mean, I did change a little bit. Nah, I'll stop messing around. I have voice mod on here a little bit. I just upped the pitch for a little bit. 69. I upped the pitch for 69, so that's why it's a little bit higher pitched. I don't want to change too much, but I just want to change a little bit. Old man, god damn it. I'm not old. I'm only like what, 25. I'm 25. Drugs are broken today? No. Drugs is never broken. It fucking I will cry. I will use cry. Fossil? Okay, wow, okay. I am now dinosaur, apparently. Am I dinosaur? Am I actually dinosaur? Oh god. Ancient fossil. Maybe I'm ancient fossil. What, baby? Can I... Can I be in the middle? Can I be in the middle? Baby? I mean, being a baby, that does mean that I... Wait, I mean, if baby, I can just eat and don't care about anything. I don't know. Maybe that's not bad. maybe I'm fine. Maybe, if I'm baby, maybe I don't want to be baby. I don't want to be baby. Maybe not. You belong in a museum. Eating different today. I will cry. I will use crying as a threat to all of you. Also, cookie flavored coffee. That's not a single cookie flavored coffee. I'm so upset. Beanie's cookie dough flavor. Cookie dough instant flavored instant coffee. Cookie dough instant coffee. Maybe dream come true. Does this? Oh, it's an EU. Oh god, it's an EU. How? You belong in the museum. They're fine, just kid. Instant coffee is considered a flavor? No, it's cookie dough flavor. Sugar-free, low-calorie. Bullshit, by the way. Oh wait, maybe it's actually sugar-free. You just have to add sugar on your own. It's like kopi all too. I mean, kopi all has sugar. Maybe it's just kopi kosong lah, ho. It's just kopi kosong. You know, you have kopi all with sugar, kopi C with cream, and then you have kopi. I mean, kopi is with everything 3 in 1. Sugar, cream. Unless you want kopi C kosong with cream with no sugar. I mean, that's kopi C lah, ho. I don't know. Shit's weird, man. I like my kopi kosong, like my love. That's so sad. Okay, next. What do we have? Ooh, kue pahulu. Oh my god, this thing. Ooh. This thing is great. This thing is absolutely amazing. Yes, right? Yes. Dude, 蛋花糕, yeah, 蛋花糕. I love it, but at the same time it's so dry. I know, right?
This is Flo from Progressive. I've decided to try and branch out and contact you about insurance instead of have you come to me to ask about it. First things first, do you know about your car's extended warranty?
If I say no, you're gonna continue doing you're gonna extend my car warranty? Question mark. Bahulu, yeah. What's it called? Kue pahulu. Kue Pahalu is like, it's really good. It's really, really good. What can I say? It's like egg. It's like
We have
egg
been trying
cake.
to contact you about your car's extended warranty.
God damn it. Are you sure? We've been trying to bug text you about your car's extended warranty. The Butspot, don't double download that shit. Never know what's called, but it's hella addictive. I know, right? Dude, Butspot's on fire today. This thing is very addictive. You need to hydrate a lot, right? Like Narek said, this shit is like dry.
We have been trying to butt-tact you about your car's extended war buddy. Ban Butspot.
Ban Butspot? No, don't ban Butspot. I love Butspot. That's why Butspot has like the purple diamond badge. Butspot's great. So yeah, this thing. Grey Balu is mega dry. And Grey Balu is really good, but it's dry. And then so is this thing. Where is it? See, this thing is also very dry, right? Like I said, this is coconut cookies. It's the same as
Timeout Butspot 600
this one.
seconds.
No, don't time out.
Emotional damage.
I'll time you out, Roxas. Hi, Roxas. I'm talking about food. Oh, Roxas, when's your holiday starting?
At
Is it
Butspot, you've
today
been
or
banned.
tomorrow?
Sam 70 bonk.
Yeah, this one is also dry as heck. Well, why is like good? Why is the delicious things taste so dry during Chinese New Year? The next day? Ah, okay. Yeah, same. Is tomorrow Sunday? Are you lying to me? No, tomorrow is Saturday. Oh, you work until the next day. Oh, okay. I get it. Sorry. My bad. Extended car warranty. Don't ban Butspot. Where's the rest of the picture? Oh yeah, no wait, I'm the wrong one. Pineapple tart. Ooh, wait, I forgot about Huangdi Su. I mean, Huangdi Su is easy to find. It just skips the inverted exclamation mark, inverted exclamation mark, inverted exclamation mark, inverted exclamation mark, inverted exclamation mark. There you go, I helped. Yeah, it doesn't say those. I'll help TTS sometimes, alright? So where's the Bahulu? No. Yeah, Bahulu. So yeah, this thing, highly recommend. I don't know how, like, if you are in... Can you get this anywhere? Is this thing very common? Or is this common only in Southeast Asia? Dip in milk? Oh god, I mean... Pineapple tart without pineapple. What are you doing? Probably only in C. Yeah, it feels like it, doesn't it? Yeah, it should. It kind of feels like it's only in C. Oh, Southeast Asia. Probably. But I don't know. Anyone who doesn't live in C can tell me. Can you like get this thing very easily? I don't think it's common outside of Chinese markets. Oh, true, because it's like Danhua Gawa is like Chinese thing. Yeah, probably. It tastes great in milk. You know what, Roxas? I agree. It does taste good in milk. This thing. I agree. Actually, it tastes good in milk. I do that too. So I highly recommend if you can get this. Be sure to get it. You will not regret this. Although it's very sweet though, right? Do be careful. Had to go to the West and monopolize the Bahulu market. Extra pog money? Yo, that's the marketing strategy? Oh. Also, who is this? What do you mean, who is this? My box and voice to... I love how everyone coming is just like, there's something wrong with the voice, but I cannot really like... because I do change the cowboy. True. I'm slowly getting kobold. Dude, I love kobold, okay? Give it 2 weeks and he'll really have a squeak. Where's Butts Butt looking at? Why box and butt different? Oh god. It's the first time we've heard a voice changer Droxon. Yeah. You sound kind of more nasal E today. Maybe. Change name time? I was thinking, but I don't wanna. He's transforming into a real Jija. Oh my god. Jijaxen? Jijaxen? You are. I will dong you. It can change every 2 months. God, no. I'm not gonna do that. It's gonna be so confusing. I need to have a consistent name so that people can easily search me up. I will punch you. No, Jijaxen. Change my mind. Fuck. Imagine a kobold that's actually named Jijak. I mean, could it be? I'm gonna search it off stream.
This is my last 100 points for about 5 minutes. Might as well make it count. 10 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1.
Yeah.
0 buzzer sounds asterisk if ya smell.
What was that so loud?
Is cooking.
Why the buzzer sound is so loud? Buzzer sound. No, there's no kobold named Jija sadly. And I mean, not to Google. If I search for Jija kobold and this is all I get. Four search results. 4 search results for Jija kobold. No. Give you smell. What the rock? That was such a weird cadence on counting. I know, right? It's like 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Sorry, Gui Balu, get it if you can. Really good. Next, this is just fish chips. This looks like this. Oh no, this, but a little bit different. 0 buzzer sounds. I guess this one is more on the sweeter side. This one has sugar in it, see? This one has sugar in it. Yeah, this one should taste a little bit more sweeter than usual. By the way, I haven't tried this one yet, so I have no idea. What are you doing? This is familiar. Hi, Xavier. I'm talking about food today. Because it's like... Is it tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow is Chinese New Year's Eve. And then 22nd is like Chinese New Year. So I'm talking about like the food that we have usually during Chinese New Year. To me anyway. Of course, there's like a shit ton more food out there that exists during Chinese New Year. But these are the ones that we're getting this year. Goropok is good. Goropok is always good. It's like the always top tier choice to get Goropok like this one. See? We have four tong of Goropok. I am ready. Goropok go with acha. I mean, I now know acha spells like this. Acha demon. Acha demon. The acha demon or acha bua. I mean, acha usually goes with cucumber. Also like pickles. Why is this umai? Acha demon and nenes.
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi, 7 Mississippi, 8 Mississippi, 9 Mississippi, 10 Mississippi. Fuck, I'm out of breath.
Fuck. The fuck is so soft, like fuck. I'm out of breath. Does it become Jija? What about it, huh? What are you gonna tell me, huh? Just for you, Chinese, my cousins eat off a lot. Huh? Are you saying that your cousin is Chinese? Goropok is good. This one is like from a small container. Entire big packet of bakwa. If I want to be sinful, dude. Same. Who doesn't want to eat a big entire packet of bakwa? Spray Ritz like, I will punch you. I will fly to your house and punch you. I will punch you, spray insect. Oh my god. I'll fly to your house and punch you, you little shit. Smash that thing is getting auto-modded. Although I don't know what you're saying, Xavier, but I'll allow it. Bakwa, we talking the fighting style. Bakwa Qian? No, we're not talking about Bakwa Qian. You know what? Try to search them then. I can type in Chinese, right? 猪肉干 八卦拳呢? 八卦拳 is one thing. Also, play on the screen. I mean, that works, I guess. A play on the screen seems good. Oh, that's a good idea. Oh shit. That. 八卦拳 is one thing, isn't it? Unless you're talking about 五行拳 and one of the 五行拳 is 八卦拳, then maybe. It's a thing. It is a thing, is it not? Fly on screen. There, safe. Right, porks down. But with a fly, scatter redeem to knock it away. Earth channeling at. Earth-shattering ata! Oh! Witness my 八卦拳! Fly try to redeem to knock it away. Oh god, I don't know if I can code that. Just swat fly away. If you do a spider on the screen, it'll be funnier to end up making people break the screens. Oh shit. Oh, that could be a problem though. We use Jijatang redeem. What is wrong with you? Jijatang redeem. Millennium. Spider cute. A spider. Honestly, I'm terrified of spider. Maybe I have like arachnophobia, like a little bit. I have a little bit of arachnophobia, but not that harsh. Gonna spend our angpao money to segment. Deduct aside. I will cry. I will use the thread. I will cry. I will actually cry. Deduct decide read sect. I mean read sect is not as. Look, as much as like the advertisement for red sack is like, we spray one spray will kill the mosquito. It's like, nah, red sack sucks. Okay, so I'm gonna go back here a little bit. So this is ibakwa. I don't know this durokana that this is like pork. There's like chicken version of this as well, but this is the best one. Alright, this one. The golden circle coin like this. This one is pretty good. Alright. I mean sure, like the classic Longji. Yeah, Longji is like the best one by far, I would say. It's the Chinese New Year cardinal sin. Look, it's everyone's cardinal sin. Realize your Steam notice aren't popping out because you're not logged? Oh, really? Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm not. Let me just do it real quick. I mean, why would I want to do it? I mean, I'll do it, I guess. 5 items? What's going on? 6 items? What's going on? Why are we getting rabbit drugs? No. Will you get spammed by me easy? Why is the 5 new item on my inventory? What did I play? Toothmaster Tom. Oh, it's the trombone champ. Why no rabbit drugs? To be honest, I'm not really like, I don't really like rabbit a lot. That's why I kind of feel like I'm more of a scaly. Yeah, but you're gonna spam me, huh? Or you're gonna spam me, huh? Actually, don't do it. I'm still offline? Oh, fuck. I think I have it on invisible. I do this sometimes. Sorry. I have one, I think. Where is it? Yeah. Nah. No, what are you doing? I'm not playing my Santa stories for now. Not now. Oh, yeah? Oh, shit. Why are you punching yourself? Have Lee. Bugs Bunny was like a word. I don't really like Bugs Bunny. I like Tom and Jerry a little bit more, but then again, that's not really like a reptilian cartoon back then. Not a lot. Are there any? Unless there's one that I don't know, you guys can tell me about it. Not Barney. I'm terrified of Barney. Do you have a favorite animal? Dragon. 迪八卦. Longji is good. Wolaye is pretty good, right? If you can get like these small pieces, like these are more like more satisfying somehow. More bite-sized. What's your favorite cartoon opening ending theme? Oh shit. X-Men animated. I never watched that. I didn't watch too much cartoons back then. We can make Swordfish TD. Oh, that's Fantasy Star Online. I don't. You know the MGM, the MGM Tom and Jerry. I mean, I love that one a lot. X-Men opening theme. I mean, if you want like the English version of Digimon, it's like Digimon monster, Digimon catcher. That is so sad. MGM Tom and Jerry's timeless classics. I know, right? I keep farther on. Jumping to my pants. Oh my god, did I say that? Jesus. It's also out of context. X-Men. Wait, let me... I never really watched X-Men back then. I never really like X-Men, Superman, or whatever man that is. Those doesn't really appeal to me. Previously on X-Men. In stereo. Oh. Hey, yo. I'm sorry, I have no idea who these are. I feel bad. Oh, there's the beast? Wow. Jean? Professor... It's too fast, I cannot read their name. This... It's so flashy, holy shit. I can see why people like this. You know what this reminds me of? It's very cool, not gonna lie. It's very fucking cool. It reminds me of... Oh shit, what was I gonna say again? You know the Bollywood editing? Like shoo, 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 no, those kind of thing. Yeah, that. It reminds me of that. of a dramatic Indian soap opera. You love Jijak Man Returns. This Jijak Man? God, I'm terrified of Jijak Man. Shoo, shoo, shoo.
ताजी ने जड़ा परी भाभी को थप्पड़
Oh. Yeah, the classic. Yeah. This is. I'm sorry, this got derailed so hard, but my. Oh my god. Whoa. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Oh, fuck yeah, man. Dude, that's so fucking good. Oh, I love this derail. Don't worry about it. Why is this editing? It's Bollywood. It's Bollywood. You can never go wrong with Bollywood. Core 16 is already a year and 2 months old. Yeah, I've been streaming for a while. And the one I liked was Justice Leagues. Oh, I never watched that, but I heard of it. A year and 2 months old. Wild. Quite wild. Hi, Daddy. Hi, Premium. Hi, Daddy. Welcome in. It's kind of amazing. I know, right?
Emotional damage.
It's amazing in a way, yeah. Also, it's very heckin' funny. It is so funny. God, I want to eat all of these. I have my family bought 3 packets, I think. Yeah, three packets, and inside has like 12 pieces, question mark, I think. Yeah, 3 packets, inside has 12 pieces, I think. I want to eat all of them, but at the same time I don't want to die. Okay, by the way, did this dibakwa tastes sweet and sweet, maybe a little bit sweet, right? Yeah. So this is dibakwa. Tastes sweet, and a little bit sweet. What is it made of? Pork. This pork version of bakwa. There's like chimkin version of bakwa as well. Chimkin bakwa. Bakwa is really good. Like holy shit! If you get a chance to get bakwa, I don't know what you call it in English. 猪肉干 English. What do you call that? What do you call? Freshly grilled dried meat? Oh, jerky. I mean, close enough, right? Yeah, it kind of is like jerky, I would say. That sounds delicious. It is very delicious. Like dibakwa, safe to say, is a lot of people's cardinal sin. Everyone wants this, but it's so expensive as well. It's like you want to buy this, man. You have to think about it. This thing is not cheap. This thing is expensive. Very expensive. So yeah, but if you get a chance to get this thing, you're not gonna regret it. You're not gonna regret it. I guarantee. If you can get longji, good. Oh yeah, it's also pretty good. Oh, lai, yeah. Oh yeah. Oh my god, what is that? That's not all yeah. Don't show nips. They're showing nips. There it is. Yeah. Oh, 我来也 is also pretty good. You see this chimkin with a boxing glove? Yeah, I get it. It's also pretty good. But usually for 我来也 it's most likely chicken 八卦了吼。猪肉干 ，Yeah, hi Tonic。我们来讲新年的时候我们吃的东西。那我已经over here I already talked about a bunch of like is this 龟巴葫芦 and this is like coffee cookies and it's like butter cookie but in the shape of punoi and then there's this persimmon cheese cookies. Like persimmon cheese cookies. Never tried this one before, right? And then there's this kue pungkit. And then you have chocolate chip cookies, normal. And then you have like crispy seaweed. Oh. Like I already go through these, right? And then there's like kolopo. Kolopo is pretty good, right? This one is like, oh yeah. I think I tried that, but maybe a different kind. Probably. You could try olaya or longki. 一进来就看到吃的，我肚子饿。是哦，讲真，看到这些东西真是会肚子饿哦，很想吃诶，这些东西全部都很好吃哦。Okay, where was I? This one top 3 easily. Oh, okay, so I stopped here, but now this one is a bit of a hit or miss. Or it's not really a hit or miss because it's not really cookie. It's it's not crunch. Look, it's cookie, but different. I know they say like this is also coconut cookie. This is also coconut cookie. I know you might be thinking that something's wrong here. Something's a bit fucky here, right? You are right. Something's wrong, right? This is coconut cookie. This is coconut soft cookie, I would say. It's soft cookie. It's not crunchy. It's more crumbly. See, I learned. Kobo learn. Go is presenting the culprits of our gaining fat case over the next week. I'm just sharing. Alright? It's not my fault if you get fat because I'm gonna get fat as well. I'm pretty sure. I will get fat after New Year. I'm telling you, man. It's gonna happen. There's no running away from getting fat. It's New Year. You cannot avoid. Yeah, soft cookie. This one, I never had this before, not gonna lie. I'm gonna try it, but not now. It's not here. Bonk? Why would you bonk me? No. 很坏哦，很坏哦。你不要崩我，等下我崩回你，我跟你讲。I will moisturize. Thank you, Lex. I will see a fat for the first. I will cry. What is a Sisak? Oh yeah, how would you pronounce Sisak? I'm not gonna pronounce it right, but it's not pronounced as Sisak. Because yeah, Sisak. It's cicak, okay? It's cicak, I know. Cicak is lizard in Malay. Saikak? Oh. Saikak, interesting. I mean, yeah. House lizard, yeah, it's pretty much house lizard. Cicak is pretty much house lizard. I mean, cicak is more general term for all the lizards, I think. I mean, if you see like a big lizard, it's like, oh my god, cicak, wow, biang cicak si lah. You just do that, right? Like my family would do that because that's like a a lizard. A big one too. Oh, general one is called kadal? No, I think we call everything jija here na. everything that resembles a reptile. Or everything that resembles a house lizard is a lizard. Is a jija. At least in this family, I would say. Because there's like a... Yeah, it's a lizard. Jija versus gacha. Oh, you call them gacha. Which one you prefer having in the house? Jija, all the way. If I see a gacha, I will straight up die. I will just die on the spot immediately. That's a joke, by the way. Don't ban me, Twitch. Upper if I see gacha. Yeah, man, fucking gacha, I would die. It's interesting, though, how you spell gacha like that. We call it gacha. Gacha. Welcome to Malaysia and Singapore. Gacha. I mean, at least no one called it cock. Cockroach. Oh yeah, gacha is cockroach, by the way. So lizard versus cockroach. Which one would you prefer having in your house? Lizard all the way, right? Lizard all the way. If I see a cockroach, I would straight up die. I cannot handle bugs. So also this, I want to try it, but I don't know if I'm gonna like it. Maybe, I don't know. Right, but this one we already talked about this. Grape monkey is pretty good. Yeah, jija is way better. At least jija is a little bit cuter than gacha. If I see gacha, I die. Yeah, 蟑螂 yeah. Gacha. 我病嘅。假如我看到曱甴，我会死啊！But I'll still burn the house if go looking jijak. I mean, I would date them first. But wouldn't it be potentially more dangerous? Would it be more potentially dangerous? It's a lizard though. I thought cockroach would be a little bit more dangerous because cockroach there has more. They are stronger in terms of infestations. No, I thought in terms of infestations, cockroach might be a little bit stronger than lizard. At least lizard eats whatever insects in your house. Have you ever tried to hold a lizard on your hand and then just like point it towards mosquitoes and or fly, and then they'll lamb them? I never tried that. I should try it. Wow. Oh, what's going on, Teonic? 怎么啦？为什么忽然间 wow 了呢? I guess I was thinking more direct harm than to the house itself. Oh yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah, it could cause a lot of trouble in terms of lizard because you know, they really go into your trash. They lay eggs like in dark corners, and then infestation happens as well. But at the same time, I mean, at least to me, they cause harm by crawling around the kitchen table a lot. Definitely, and it could get a little bit scary at times. You know, when I'm trying to go for a midnight snack and I open up the lights and then I hear multiple noises like all the lizard crawling noises like go out move go out. I don't know, I still feel cockroach might be a little bit scarier, to me anyway. Oh, there it is. Peanut cookies. Again, not cookies. Peanut soft cookies. This is peanut soft cookies. Now this. Woo, This is, you're gonna try this, right? You're gonna try this. It's not peanut cookies. It's not gonna be like soft toy. Soft toy. What? No. How would they say 酥啊？其实我不知道酥要怎样 translate 去英文呢。Crisp， It's not really crisp. 龟咖酱。Oh, is it 龟咖酱? I think it is. Although you spell 龟 like that. 龟 peanut butter. 龟 kapit peanut. Oh no, it's not 龟 kapit. 龟咖酱. Hijau merah tubuh. 龟咖酱 hijau Cina. Apa ini 龟咖酱 hijau? Biscuit kacang. Oh yeah, biscuit kacang. Maybe it's like biscuit kacang. Ah. Oh shit. Oh my god, yes. Biscuit kacang. Oh. Literal translation. Biscuit. What do you call kacang in Malay? Peanut? The kacang is not really peanut, isn't it? Hey. Nuts. Yeah, close enough. Nut. And kacang. Kacang. I forgot to buy these. I knew I wanted something for CNY. Oh god, you didn't buy this? Oh no. Why are those legal that addictive as fuck? I know! Fuck, these things are sweet as fuck and I would not want to stop eating them. Su shortcake? Su shortcake, I mean... This one might be a little bit close to being a shortcake. What's a shortcake? I might have to search it again. What's a shortcake? That's not shortcake. This doesn't look like this. Oh, kueh kapit with filling. Oh, you didn't buy kueh kapit, ah. I mean, kueh kapit kind of cake. I mean, not really a kind of cake, this one. It's a snack, but I wouldn't say it's a cookie. I wouldn't say it's a cookie, this thing. Would you consider this a cookie? I mean, it literally says biscuit here. Probably? But yeah, get this if you can. I've only had strawberry shortcake, which doesn't really look like a cake at all. Really? Huh. Let me try. Strawberry shortcake. Characters? Why is there characters? This looks like cake. Is this a shortcake? In a container? That looks cursed. Are as beautiful as they are delicious, these tiny trifles are such a fun and tasty way to enjoy. No. To this I say no. How am I supposed to eat this? How am I supposed to eat this? No. No. To this I say no, I'm sorry. Shortcake in a jar, so eat them like... Imagine you just take like, you have like corn toast, like... keropok. Corn toast keropok. Oh, corn toast is really good. Chili cheese? No, corn toast BBQ. BBQ is good. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You take this and then put shortcake inside. You just got bamboozled. Hi, Miklach. Did you ever play Nick? Not yet. I have my phone here. Let me get my phone. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to bonk the microphone. Wait, Nick. What kind of game is that? Goddess of Victory, Nick. Immersive sci-fi RPG shooter? Oh no, it's a shooter with waifus? Huh. Maybe. I'm hungry, how dare you? Stay hungry with me, Telnik. Stay hungry with me! What I had was the sweet bun, half with strawberries and whipped cream. Oh! I mean, that sounds pretty good. It's not a shooter in FPS sense. Is it like top-down shooter? That's what they say. It's just Time Crisis with S as its focus. Time Crisis, baby! Hey, Time Crisis is fun. I fucking love Time Crisis, and we are gonna get so derailed. Don't worry about it. Yeah, this thing. Woo! Isn't wrong. Oh, I was on a Time Crisis machine, man. Yeah, they're all gone in Miri and Cebu. See, when I went to Cebu, there's no arcade station at all. I was so bummed out, man. There's no arcade stations anymore in Miri and in goddamn Cebu as well. No, not a single arcade stations, man. Where the hell is CYC, huh? Like goddamn. Yeah, where the hell is CYC Leisure World, huh? Where the fuck? I missed this! Not a single one in Miri and Cebu. Like, god fucking damn it, man. Where can I have fun? I want to play Taiko no Tatsujin. I want to play Time Crisis. Oh, this is the Subway Pyramid one. I know this because it's like the little awkward stairs. This is from Subway Pyramid. I like this game good. I know, Time Crisis is so good. They used to cost like 20 cents. Now it's like $1.5 per credit. What? I mean, back then when I still had arcade stations here, each credit is like 1 ringgit. I want my serotonin for being able to 1 credit clear. I cannot 1 credit clear. I cannot. I'm not that good with Time Crisis. I am terrible. But you know what I'm good at? Taiko no Tatsujin. Aha. 55 cents when I first started playing it. Wow. I mean, we don't talk about conversion rate now, huh? 55 cents? Man. When I stopped, it was like 115 per credit. That's quite a jump. I mean, fair enough, right? 通货膨胀. Singapore, everything expensive now. Yeah, that's why I say don't talk. We don't take conversion rate into consideration for now. Because it is local. It is local, right? Dude, looking at all these, man. Time Crisis 2 all-time classic, man. Oh fuck. Oh, of course you have My, right? All the weeps will be here playing My with their gloves on. God damn. Not a single one in Miri. I remember racing my friend in TC2. How do you race in TC? My god. I cannot even 1 credit clear Time Crisis 2. I cannot. I'm very shit at the game. I don't even know how to play. Oh, you both start at the same time. But wouldn't you be like, if you both start at the same time, wouldn't you be like co-op with both screens? Then we aim to clear boss first without dying. Oh, you can choose solo play. I didn't know. Alright. I didn't play Time Crisis 2, to be fair. I didn't play a lot, but I enjoyed playing it whenever I start. You can make anything a race if you want to put your mind to it. Fair. True. Yes. Bonk your friend with the gun easier. Becoming expensive in Taiwan too. Look, at least there's CYC. At least there's arcade station there. I mean, sure, it's very expensive, but there's no arcade station in Miri. Like, what the fuck, man? How am I supposed to survive without arcade stations? Fuck. I go there. I always play like I play DDR. DDR is great. Oh, dude, I'm not DDR master, but I just play DDR for the fun of it. Like I'm not like those mega giga chats that they play like the hardest song ever, and then their foot, their legs is like crazy fast. I cannot do that. I think the arcade game that I used the most credit / money on was the Tatsunoko versus Capcom machine. Oh, yeah, Tatsunoko versus Capcom. Wow, I don't think there's Tatsunoko over here. At least when I was there. There's this Bishibashi arcade machine. Yeah, Bishibashi. Look at this. Dude, play Bishibashi. It's the best game ever. Bishibashi. Dude, this game is fun as hell. You have to smash the button. You have to smash these 3 buttons here. You see these? You see these? The buttons? Yeah, you have to smash them. When you hear someone play the Bishibashi machine, you will hear all the buttons mash. Like, yeah, a lot of smashing. It's fun as hell. I want to play it. Bishibashi. Hi, Sydney. Well, meow, welcome in. Bishibashi special. I don't know if playing on the console is as fun as playing this, but you know, I cannot get. There's no more Bishibashi. It's like, right. That's a good derail session. How do we go there? I don't know. Biscuit kacang though. So yeah, this is biscuit kacang. I want to eat this now, but I cannot. This is really good. It's very sweet though, right? This is. I say a lot of these are sweet, but I would say that this could arguably be the most sweet of all. Arguably, right? Arguably. But yeah, really good. Definitely try it. I never had this. I'm never really a fan of yam. Bishibashi costs like 1 pad per session. 1 pad per session? Let's go. Oh, speaking of like Bishibashi, I was thinking that I want to do like a retro day, you know, where I play a bunch of like NES games and or PS1, PS2 games that I played back then. I kind of want to do that. Seems fun. Sounds fun. Like all the NES titles. Jackal, Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers. Donkey Kong Country? Oh, I never played that. I'm gonna get cancelled. I never played Donkey Kong Country because I don't own a SNES console. I play NES titles. I played PS1, PS2. I don't have Nintendo 64. I don't have SNES. I don't have GameCube. Like, oh god. Yeah, retro. I like Gradius 2. Gradius 2 is like the best, to me, in my very opinion, the best NES games that I played. It's so fun. How dare though? Don't cancel me because I never played Donkey Kong Country. Don't cancel me. I know it's a good game. I mean, this is just this, but this and this, but different flavor. I'm gonna skip past this one. Red velvet cheese cookie. 红丝绒起司酥饼. And Groove Troop is a must if you're gonna play SNES games. Oh, it's Goofy! Oh, yo! Oh, it's Goofy! Oh, look at that. This is totally a SNES game. This is totally a SNES game, yeah. I'll keep that in mind. Goof Troop, yeah. GameCube was so odd with the HCM CD as a medium. Whoa. HCM CD? Isn't that... That's a lot smaller than the normal DVD and CD shapes. But fun playing. A friend of mine had one and we played a lot. Ooh, nice. I mean, as long as you're having fun, that's the best thing ever. Oh, that's red velvet cheese cookies? Even I forgot what picture I took, okay. GameCube was a bit odd, but also had Metroid Prime, which is amazing. Oh, I never played any like Metroid games. I see a lot of people like love Metroid, but I never really played them. I'm gonna get cancelled again. It's like saying I never play any Zelda games as well. Because I didn't. Oh god, I'm scared. Wait, this is red. I mean, it's red velvet cheese cookies, right? Red velvet cheese cookies. Isn't red velvet just kind of a chocolate but red? I think. Maybe. Don't cancel me! I'm just a kobo! Yes, but it was a valid CD size design. Remember the trays of a CD-ROM drive? They had the small indent in the middle was designed for ACM instead of the standard tool. Oh, ooh, I never knew that! So that's what they are for? That's pretty cool. You what and what? I don't know, Lex. I don't know. Oh god! I don't know, man. I never played because back then even the NES title NES games, the NES console I had was bootleg. The you know the bootleg NES console. Yeah, those. Where you have a controller with four button. And then you have two buttons that's A, B, right? And then the other two buttons is A, B, but auto fire. Yeah, that's pretty much it. The bootleg console. You're lucky you're a cutie kobold. Hell yeah. The perk of being a kobold. I can't stay mad at you. the perk of being a kobold. I mean, yeah, this is just red velvet cheese cookies. I'm not scared. It's just honey cornflakes, this one. Yeah, I was gonna talk about this one. It's just cornflakes and then they put it like this. This is like so sad. And they sell this for 35. God, what a goddamn robbery. Ow. Why? Why? This Kobo did nothing wrong. Kobo did nothing wrong. No. No. Why? It's just cornflake. Asia's honey star. Ah. No. I've been nut to death. Help. Oh god. I'm gonna become a helicopter. Oh. I'm doing backflips. Hi? Oh. Squeaky toy. I love a good squeaky toy as well. Noah. The rubber ducky. Help. Oh. I'm so small to a point people cannot see me anymore. Although I'm still continuing being a heckin'. Oh. Oh my god, what is that? What is that? Oh, that looks so cursed. Oh god. Oh, there I am. I'm back. I mean, that's all the picture I took with the food, in terms of food. Although there's one more, right? This is just cornflakes. There's nothing to talk about this. It's just cornflakes, man. We got robbed. This is absolute daylight robbery. You just put cornflakes in a goddamn paper cup and then you sell it for 35 ringgit? Goddamn, man. I didn't buy this. Okay, so we have another thing that's very important, right? Huang Li Su. Huang Li 炒饭 Huang Li Su. Which Su is it again? 7, right? Also, Yepper's dragon can't stay angry at kobolds. Haha! I told you. Because if they angry at kobold, they eat kobold. And then they lose a minion. Don't eat kobold. No. Love them. Love kobold. Love kobold. See, Sydney gets it. Don't eat. God damn it, Butspot. No. Looks like it would be a productivity loss. Yeah, I know, right? Don't eat Butbold. This one is like pineapple tart cookies. Yeah. Huang Li Su. Oh my god. This one is. Whew. You know, pineapple has that soury and sweet taste to it, and pair with the pastry outside. Oh, damn. I mean, usually we get something like this, right? Usually we get something like this. There's something like this as well. This one is more pineapple than the pastry, but this one is more pastry than pineapple. But both is good. Not gonna lie, both is good. Now, I prefer this one because I loved pineapples, and I love the taste of pineapple. This one it depends, because there are some not so good pastry chef, I would say. Let's keep it that way, right? Not so good pastry chef. They put the tiniest bit of pineapple inside, and then they just put a tiny bit. So I'm just eating a pastry, and then it's like, it's so dry, where's the pineapple? And then the pineapple never comes in. It's like, I will shit my pants. Like, where's my promised wonderland of Huang Li Su? I got scammed once by this, and it's like, oh god, no pineapple, no pineapple inside. Yeah, what? But of course, that's like a rarity, to be honest. Most likely people when they sell this, it's just a normal, a normal pineapple inside and then with pastry. And I think I only got unlucky that time. But other than that time, I never get skamazed anymore, so it's fine. Pineapple tastes sour because of the enzymes it contains. Oh, fun fact, these enzymes start to digest you while you eat the pineapple. Do they? That's scary. Do they really do that? I mean, if they do that, that's me right now from this part right here. That's me right now. That's my brain. Oh? It's so fucking good. Oh my god. It's kind of gross, but it's true. It's true. I'm still gonna eat pineapple. I mean, I love pineapple. It's pretty good. I like the soury and sweet taste of it. Not a fan of pineapple, but I can see why folks like them so much. Pineapple is a godsend, especially on pizza. I know, right? I don't get why the hate on pineapple on pizza. It's so good. It adds a little bit zest to the pizza. And the pizza, sometimes, I mean, not saying that pizza will be dry because of the sauce. There's sauce on the pizza, so it's not gonna be too dry. But just add a bit of a zest of pineapple inside there. Or like just put pineapple bits on top of pizza. It just tastes so good. It enhances the flavor of pizza. And I like it. I kinda love it though, not gonna lie. So yeah, I guess that's the whole thing. That's the whole Chinese New Year food that we have around my house. Yep, like how sweet and sour flavor work well together in pork. I know. Sweet and sour pork. Oof. You know, you have củ lẩu nhục. Yeah, 古老肉 those kind. I don't know why it's called 古老肉 when it's like sweet and sour pork, but it's really good. Okay, you know, let's search it here first. 古老肉. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is 古老肉. A literal translation, Asian meat. Don't ask. I made this before. So you fry, you cut the meat into like bite-sized pieces, and then you fry them up, and then you set them aside, and then you cook the zi. What do you call zi? Juice? Oh yeah, gravy sauce. Yeah, you cook the sauce in in starch. You know, you get a bowl of water. And put in like tomato sauce, a little bit of chili sauce, a little bit of like cornstarch to make it like consistency a little bit sticky, and then you put in, if you're feeling a little bit like generous, you could put a little bit of orange juice syrup in there, but just a little bit, not too much. And then after that, you put I mean, once you cook the sauce into like this consistency, it's like a little bit sticky, and then you stir fry them together, and in the end you get something like this. Take this out if you want to be distracted. Wow. All right. It mustn't be too juicy, otherwise your pizza has a song of a juice type. Yeah, true. But with not too much juice attached to the pineapple, it's so great. Adds sweetness, is especially great with very salty other stuff in this pizza. I know, right? It's just enhance, right? Pineapple on pizza just kind of enhances the pizza. I'm glad you guys agree with me. You want me to get distracted? I mean, I get easily distracted. Let's go. It's Flat Fuck Friday? It's Flat Fuck Friday! And it's laggy. Oh my god. Of course it's laggy. Of course. Yes. Should this be a weekly tweet? Yes. 95% yes. 865 votes. 95% says yes. Good. I'm glad. We need this. I need this every damn week. Flat Fuck Friday. Also, there's this. Wow. So good looking. Favorite Monsanto monsters? Anjanath, Steve, Legiana. Wow. Toby. That's Astalos. Barioth. Is this Val Hazak? It might be. Yeah, it's Val Hazak. Narga? Oh, Fulgur. Oh, Fulgur. Okay, okay. Oh, is it because of this patch of fur here? Because I remember Anjanath don't have that patch of fur there, I think. And with the tiger stripes. That's pretty good. Then the Fulgur Anjanath Enjoyer. Fulgur Anjanath Enjoyer, nice. Fulgur Anjanath is pretty good. I mean, Anjanath in general is just very adorable. And then I love how they draw Toby like this, like, and of course Namiel. Dude, Namiel is so graceful. Namiel deserves more love, honestly. I would love to see Namiel in Monsanto Rice. Surprise Toby. Toby! Leggy is kinda cute though. And then you have Barry, it's like, ugh. Barry is tired. Of course, who could forget about Narga? I love how they choose Val Hazak as well. Val Hazak music is really good. And the design is really... I love the design as well. Like, Val Hazak literally sniff shit and blow shit at you. Not even exaggerating. That's Val Hazak. Sniff shit and then blow shit at you. It's good. It's good. I love... Also, Flat Fuck Friday. The chunk. And then the eye. Always love a good old Laggy. Laggy though. This is good comfort food? Yeah, totally. Gulalo. Gulugyu is a really good comfort food. Sydney joined. Remember to read the rules. Nice. Alright. Yeah, I need to remind Kozov to read the rules because Kozov didn't read the rules and I cannot give Kozov the role. I forgot to tell people to read the rules. That's a teacher I'm gonna have at home. I know, right? Give me this teacher. This is a good teacher. That's how it's actually called. Sorry, what did I just say? I mean, this is called 古老肉, isn't it? And I never call it in Mandarin or heard people call it in Mandarin. Oh, really? Yeah, it's 古老肉. If you want... 古龙油. Yeah, 古龙油. 古龙油啊. 古兰肉. 古兰? 哎呦，杜兰哦。 古老啊，LAO，但是LAO Koroyu Koroyu. I mean, if you want, this is like ancient meat. Like, I'm not even joking. It's called ancient meat. Like, I'm not even kidding. It's called ancient meat. Yeah, I don't know why it's called ancient meat. And then, like, hey, may I have one ancient meat? Dude, I want to eat some ancient meat today. Fuck. Now you guys know. You can go to a kitchen, you know, your nearby restaurant kitchen, and then you tell the chef, it's like, hey chef, might I get that sweet delicacy that is called ancient meat? Ancient meat fits the pattern of a fossil. Okay, alright, alright, okay, I get you. The pattern of the fossil, huh? You little shit. Fossil? Ancient meat though. I wonder what other weird names do we have? I can only remember this one.
Emotional damage.
I'm gonna cry. I can't think of any. 冰糖排骨. There's this 冰糖排骨. Ice candy. 排骨. Yeah, this one. 冰糖排骨. It's nothing about this resembles 冰糖. I mean, okay, maybe it has a bit of a sweetness to it, right? There's ice sugar, I guess. They melt the ice sugar. How do they even make this? I don't know. But this thing, ribs. Wait. Literal translation: ice sugar ribs. Ice sugar ribs. Rock sugar, sorry. Pork ribs, yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, ice sugar ribs. Sounds like a rib. Ice sugar rib. Makes themselves feel at home on the server. Nice. And immediately disobeys the rules by spreading not safe for work as off-topic content to inappropriate channels on Discord. BF's not LGBTQIA friendly, makes loud and obnoxious noises in VC and promo spans everywhere and all over the server. You do that, that's a bad hammer coming your way. I have the power of a bad hammer. You will get bonked. You will get bonked. I will bonk you. I mean, this one is not as good as Ancient Meat. I think Ancient Meat is the weirdest name ever. But that shit tastes really good. Ancient Meat. I might get to Masato stories real soon. What else do we have? Don't make her do it, she goes for the throat. I'll bonk your throat! Let me promote. You're gonna promote me in the Discord? Do it then, I dare you. You go to horny jail, or they probably horny jail if you put all the horny bleps into one place. What do you expect to happen there? I know, right? I mean, if that's the case, horny jail doesn't sound like a bad place, I guess. But then again, it's kind of scary. I changed my outfit in Masato stories too. No more soul seer Mizu. I mean, that's fair. I can't think of anything else with this. I mean, of course, you have the all-time classic in Malaysia. You know, we have laksa and kway chap. Laksa. Now this is good shit. Laksa. Ugh. A risk I'm willing to take. No, I don't bonk you. You're nice people. Kobo think you're nice. I might swap it eventually, but right now my current is wearing a dress and I like it. There's a dress? Nice. A dress is always nice. Laksa never strikes my fancy. I don't know why. It's okay. I get it, right? It's not for everyone. Damn smelly oyster. There's oyster? I don't put laksa. Oh, I mean, you could try laksa Sarawak then. Laksa Sarawak don't have oyster. I think maybe you are trying Assam laksa. That's why. Assam laksa is different. Assam laksa. I don't like Assam laksa as well. The cockles? You got me. What is cockles? Cockless. 鸟蛤. Oh, 鸟蛤. Is there? We don't put 鸟蛤in laksa. I mean, not Sarawak laksa at least. There's no 鸟蛤. Yeah, ham lah. We don't put ham. There's no ham in laksa. We put shrimp. That's it. We call the same here. Oh. Cockles. Cockless. Cockless. Oh, this is actually beautiful. This is actually pretty good. Yeah, that broth looks like a good color. Maybe not too many bean sprouts. Holy shit. Let me see. Assam laksa. I think Assam laksa has but yeah, I don't really like Assam laksa lah. Nah, I don't really like Assam laksa. It has too much. It has too much like chili, and then there's this cucumber here, there's like onion here, and then it's like these spring onion. Spring onion is fine. It has too many bits that I don't want. That's why I don't really like Assam laksa. In the end, you get this, and it's like, oh god. This is a very sad picture, by the way. Whoever put this picture in Wikipedia, god damn it. You could get a better picture than this, you fuck. This is so sad. This laksa looks so sad. I need to go out of my way to find that Penang laksa store in Singapore again. Yo, I don't really like Penang laksa. It's not what I like. I like Sarawak laksa. Onion, edited and changed with lontong pig. Then we'll know the difference. Lontong pig. Jangan na, tak boleh lah. Alright, let's look at onion.
How do we dice an onion? Big onion. Look at that. Woo! To the good onion. Good onion is a heavy onion. This is a 6-pound onion. It's also an onion where the onion is put. This
Onion.
is the tip of the onion.
Onion.
The onion.
Onion.
Not the knife around the onion. Remove the pepper skin of the onion. Dice
Onion.
and onion. Cut the onion in half.
Onion in half.
Then the onion.
Onion. Onion.
Onion.
Onion. Onion, onion, onion. Heads back to bed. They have slept for 4 hours only. Way too little for Fluffy Tiger. A fluffy white tiger to be not grumpy and actually fluffy. Yeah, sleep's very important. Onion. Hope you get some good sleep, Sydney. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate. And welcome to the Discord server as well. Dude, I forgot how to pronounce the word. Teach me.
How do we dice an onion?
Onion.
Good onion. Good onion is a heavy onion.
Ooh, the good onion.
It's also an onion where the onion is put. This is the tip of the onion.
This is the tip of the onion.
Not the knife around the onion. Remove
Onion.
the pepper skin of the onion. Dice an onion. Cut the onion in half on the onion.
Why is it pronouncing onion?
Onion with onion.
Onion.
Onion. The onion. The onion.
Onion.
Onion. Then the onion. The onion with onion.
Onion.
Right here. Onion. The onion.
Cooking school. Damn. I'm just from this video alone. I want to go to the cooking school right now. Chef Jean Pierre. Turpy. Oh God. Jean Pierre. Oh my God. Onion. Wow, look at this guy. So happy. A little bit slanted, but it's fine. Oh, it's French accent. Oh. Oh, hi, Cheesecake. Please never pronounce his name that way ever again. Okay. Is it wrong? Is it not the Chef Jean Pierre? Is it not Pierre? That's a great smile he got going. I know, right? Actually, a good smile. What can I say? That's a good facial expression. Really good. What do you mean you can't handle my pronunciation of Jean Pierre? Jean is pronounced the same manner as Sean. No fucking way. So what? We wear John? Are we wearing John pants? Do I wear John Koo instead of Jean Koo? Oh fuck. No way! You're lying. It's John. That's John. It's like say John. No way. Do we wear John pants? The types of John for men is like Jin. Jin. How do you even pronounce that? Okay. French, oui oui.
Giséon. Giséon.
Thanks. He's French. I'm not aware of the word is therefore more pronounced ooh without the Z. Gijon. Wait, we need to hear this louder. All right, ready? We're at 400%.
Giséon.
Just type Jean. Okay. Liu Zai Ku.
Jean.
It's John. What do you mean?
Jean.
John. Why is it breaking though?
Jean.
Jean. It's John. It's not hard. It's not hard, Jay. God fucking damn it, French. Holy shit. Okay, let me butcher this. Toilet threads solid servan are confection. Des vitamins. I gotta leave. I can't leave. Oh god. I like my bread from Papa John Bakery. And the ooh? How do you pronounce that O? Can I cannot just copy that single O, really? Wait, what? A single O is called 在哪里? Are you real?
Où?
Ooh,
Où?
ooh. We're learning French here. Ang bao, ooh. Oh shit! How would they how would she pronounce it? Hong bao oh. Wait, they know ang bao is hong bao? In French, they think ang bao is hong bao? That's pretty good. Any French here? Ang bao is actually hong bao? That's like the right the right translation.
Ang pao.
It's breaking. Okay, turn.
Ang pao.
I think it's still too loud. Don't worry, I know my ears are bleeding. It's fine, I'm okay.
Ang pao.
Ong bao. A bit more towards the O than the A in G. A bit more towards the, so it's Jean On bao. Me neither. Speaking Vietnamese, phở. Phở. Hò phán à?
Feu.
Phở. It's actually Vietnamese. Oh, there is. How do you pronounce that? Phở.
Phở.
Phở. How about just normal O? What's gonna happen?
Phở.
Phở and phở? Is this just like Chinese pronunciation? Why am I doing this? What? Is this not supposed to be a food talk? I don't believe this though.
Jean.
Jean. So I think with French it's just a softer voice for everything, question mark?
Jean.
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 Jean. So the name is Chef Jean Pierre. I'm gonna get cancelled. Around Pierre.
Jean-Pierre.
Jean-Pierre. There you go. I'm so good at derailing conversations. I'm so good at getting derailed as well. You know what? Just for good measure. Just for good measure.
How do we dice an onion? Big onion. Look at that. Woo! To the good onion. Good onion is a
Onion.
heavy onion. So it's 6-pound onion. It's also an onion with the
6-pound onion.
This is the tip of the onion. The onion is not the knife around
The onion?
Remove the pepper skin of the onion. Dice an onion. Cut the onion in half on the onion. An onion. Then the onion with onion.
Onion.
Right here. Onion. The onion.
This reminds me of asthma. I don't know if you guys remember this video. Let me go search. Yeah, A for asthma. Yeah, I forgot about it. Yeah. Oh. The table slam. Oh my god. The table slam. Oh fuck, I'm tearing up. We use the word flacon. The on is the same as Jean Pierre used in onion. Jean Pierre is John Peter. Oh, can I cook onion for dinner? Passionate Tai Chi. Oh help them, my goodness. I feel breathless watching this. The table slam. Now this is my kind of joke. Fucking table slam. Oh fuck. I'm okay. I'm okay. Oh, hi, Tingji. Oh, God. Alright, today we learned that onion and Jean. Ang Pao generator is arrived. I know, right? 婷姐，我要红包啊！你要包给我红包。我要大大肥肥的红包。ang Pao generator. Oh my god. I still love this one though. I love this one so much. Namien is so good. You wait? I'm waiting. That's creepy. If I saw that on TV, I'll call a station and ask if they need any medical service for their presenter. Yeah, I mean, at least we know that this is like edited. Unless it's a TV show, then like yeah, I would be concerned as well. At least we know for a fact that this person is fine, so that's fine. Also, I'm gonna what? Huh. Huh. Alright, I'm good. Cute sketch? Yeah, I know, right? It's a very cute sketch. Wait, why is Edge not showing? Is Edge showing on it's only showing on, is it? Oh fuck. I think it doesn't show on OBS. She always remembers the domestic violence. Yeah, Lord, 婷姐 so bad. Wait, is Edge not showing? Really? I thought I added it. No, it's here. Oh, there it is. Only 3, but yes. Yeah, Edge. It doesn't show on OBS. It's so sad. Yeah, I'm done talking all the food stuff. Hehe. Only took me 2.5 hours. It took a lot longer than I thought. Probably because I got derailed multiple times. Don't worry about it, no. So sorry, yeah, there's like ads on my channel. It helps a lot. It helps a lot. Yeah, 我跟me and my mom write this one. I'm the Tetris player. She's a friar. I play Tetris with this book. Yeah, under the staircase. You need to tweak a ton out of OBS to actually show pronouns in the chat for the streamer too. Oh, I need to tweak so much? Ooh. So I'm just gonna derail to make new rail. Ooh. So tidy. I know, right? We bought we have this new cabinet back here, so it's like a lot more tidier now. To look at this again. I don't know why I love this so much. The table slam! The table slam's everything I ever hoped for. Oh fuck. Okay. Oh man, that's good. That's so good. Oh. It should be treasure hunting style. I know, right? Develop city center. Oh god. Ah.
Gasp,
Ah,
gasp,
that's
gasp, GASO, gasp, 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 gasp,
GAS.
gasp, gasp.
Gee, this one single GAS just makes it so much better. Oh god. Oh. Oh, I love all this talk of food. One last thing. What's up? Sorry, I keep bonking with the microphone. You need an add-on for Twitch. I think it's FFZ. Yeah, my Twitch is FFZ. And then use some deep hidden options in OBS to make it work. In the rear, Twitch and OBS should just support it out of the box. True, but then again, it's kind of hard. Maybe it's hard to do it then. Watanho? Watanho is pretty good as well. But yeah, Kway is my personal favorite. Kway chap, Watanho. How do you even say Watanho? 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 Oh! Oh! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh! Slippery egg! What do you call Watanho? Watanho. Watan is slippery egg. Ho is river. Slippery egg river. I mean, Chinese is 滑蛋河 lah. Let me see. 滑蛋河 Slippery river. They disregard the egg part. They disregarded the egg. It isn't hard to add a field in your personal info tab on Twitch to add your pronouns and show it in chat for everyone who wants to see it, or to export it with the chat stream to OBS. Huh. He is the noodles? Maybe. Who is the noodles? Is whatever the noodles? How slippery is that egg to that it ended up in the river? Y'all eat river for CNY? We're eating river! Yeah, I know. Oh, fuck. Dude, but man, Watanho is really good. I love how Google Translate just disregard egg at all. Yeah, normal egg. It's just slippery river. Sarah have with tomato version. I thought the tomato watanho is like anywhere that sells watanho has the ketchup has the tomato version. Or is it just Sarawak? I didn't know that. Both parties are just not caring about the fact that, or some people it's pretty important to be referred to by the proper pronounce. But how much more slippery can that river get? It's already... It's never slippery enough. The river must go even further beyond. Only Sarawak? Ooh, that's weird. See? Watanho tomato, man. Woo. 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 I'm gonna come. Oh my god. Actually some good pictures here. If only my mouse will go. What is that, Kali? Mamam Tai. Thank you for ordering and hope you enjoy the tomato watan ho. This is not. Tomato watan ho? Oh, hi possibly. Hi Paul. Food talk. Yeah, food talk. If you're Paul, chances are that you are actually Peter. What? I don't know. Friday night vomit. Hey yo, let's go Friday night vomit. How is this tomato watan ho? Fuck. This is kway no ho. Ini bukan na watan ho, stupid. It's not watan ho. 我病嘅，我逼鳩要啊！我噴過去。Chat got in obvious. No, chat's still here. Liam butt. Haven't snowed today, my brain's running weird ways. Don't worry about it, I get that. Totally. Need to sleep more. Watan ho. Still got what, Not the overlay? No. It's here. Wait, you see this? Oh, fuck. The chat. You see the chat? That's the chat. Shuttle again? Oh, nice. The overlay is there, just better to see on the background. Oh. What else do we have? We have a lot of like food, but then it's like I don't remember all of a sudden. Also, probably delay on my phone. My bad. Nah, it's okay. Twitch mobile sucks. I just woke up at work and now order food. Yeah, I did say food talk. Yo. Oh. Space gear? I've been invaded? I've been invaded by space? Hi Nova. Oh wait, I'm in. God, let me change back to English real quick.
Hello and welcome.
Nova, thank you for the follow. Fuck. It's okay, Funky Mutt. We get that. Space invasion! I've been invaded!
Hello.
Funky Mud,
Welcome.
thank you for the follow as well. Welcome in everyone. Oh my goodness. I'm talking food. Everything food. Although I've been invaded by space. It's okay. Oh, you were doing art? What were you drawing? Were you drawing another Naga or something else? How was art? Hopefully everything went well. Also, welcome in everyone. My name's Thrax and I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games and I do art occasionally. And today I just decided to talk about food because tomorrow is Chinese New Year Eve and it's a big deal. So I'm talking about food today. Well, not today because not for the whole stream. That would be a little too much. Got your PNG tuber to a functioning state. Oh, nice. A functioning PNG tuber is always good. Speaking of, I need to make a PNG tuber for my Kobo and Snake as well. Jumps into their spacecraft, flies, prepare to shoot the lasers. Hey, don't hijack someone else's UFO. Thanks for the raid again. Appreciate. Yeah, I'm talking about. I already talked about all the pastries that. Thanks. all the things that that we have at home. This is like all the Chinese New Year pastries that we have. The Chinese New Year food. This one is already almost finished. It's so sad. So how you put? Yeah. I got nuts to death. Help. Help. No. I don't deserve this. Why? Why am I dead? Banana is food. You had to eat. So I had to eat at your face. Okay, fine. Alright, okay. When I'm getting bullied, let's learn how to pronounce onion. Alright? Where's onion? There. We need this.
How do we dice an onion? Big onion. Look at that. Woo! To the good
Onion.
Good onion is a heavy onion.
Onion.
It's a 6-pound onion. It's also an onion.
6-pound
with
onion.
This is the tip of the onion. The onion is not the
Onion.
knife around the onion. Remove the pepper skin of the onion. Dice an
Onion. Onion.
Cut the onion in half on the onion. And
Onion.
The onion with onion right here.
Onion.
The onion.
Onion. This is my kind of joke, man. This is my kind of humor. Also this. I just have to look at this. Oh. Sydney! Oh my goodness! Sydney, thank you for the subscribe. Big appreciate. I hate ads, fair. I hate ads too, but ads help money. Thank you though. Big appreciate the sub. Also, let's look at this. I need to look at this. The fucking table slam. The table slam. Oh, it's not that funny. But it is. It's not that funny, but it is funny. Oh my god. God. Maybe just one more time. Oh my god. I'm 7 on the inside. The table slam. I'm tearing up. I can't fucking. I'm tearing up. Oh god. Oh yeah. That's good. That's good. Why is it funny? Oh god. Oh, I know you earn 5% more from the subs, plus you get the ad revenue, so yeah. Oh, wait, I still get ad revenue when people sub? Ooh, that's pretty good. He needs help, we're just standing around. I'm sure he's fine. I'm sure he's fine. At least they already supply a telephone number in the show, I already called in there. Oh, there is! Wait, that's a date. Oh wait, that's not a date. No, whatever, that doesn't work. Yeah, it's a right? I'm gonna cry. New gasp redeem. Oh god, I have to cut all those gasps out. Why not do it now? It's not hard. It takes some time. Look, this is a just chatting stream. I can do whatever I want. Here, let me just download this real quick. I'm not gonna tell you guys how I download YouTube videos. It's illegal. Is it illegal? I don't know. I'm just gonna convert and download this real quick off stream. In the meantime, you guys can look at where's the horrendous Watanho? Yeah, there it is. In the meantime, you guys can look at this, alright? There, it has been downloaded. Someone get this man his inhaler. Of course, you get to add revenue. Not everybody watching your stream is subbed. Oh yeah, true. That's fair. I forgot about that. Oops. And it is the telephone number. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a metric shit ton of digits behind the dash, and they wouldn't write tel in front of it. I mean, I didn't see the tel in front at the start. See, I only see this. Is a sick bird? Then it might be illegal. That me reminds me of the byproduct of my first reckless drinking. Oh my god! Oh my god! I mean, I don't know how it looks like, but maybe it's not far off. That's not Watanho, but this is, if this is a curry, if this is curry, then maybe. But what's with the consistency? What's with the consistency of these things? What are these? What is that? It looks. Depending on what you eat before, it looks like that. I'm terrified. All right, let's go to Audacity. Audacity is a fun thing to do. I have my wonderful fart noise as well. We don't need that. Let me show which one is my fart noise again. Let me just put this in here. Okay, there it is. Wait, give me a moment. Where's my fart folder? Oh yeah, there it is. So this is my fart folder. So every time you redeem fart, the fart will play one of all of these fart noises. There's a lot, right? There's a lot. I think this is the one that I recorded. I remember recording one of them. Yeah, I recorded. I recorded this one. It's my voice. Fart. And with my shitty-ass microphone, I recorded this one. Oh, fun times. So now we're gonna cut all the gasp noises. Fart. Yeah, random fart noises. A lot of farts, right? Reminds me of the random beeps and the beep boop machines we had at Fervester. Ooh, I don't know what that is, but that sounds cool. Messing with Audacity is such a fun program. I know, right? It just put random. It just put like random shit in it. Wait, let me go for a new one. I can just put like, let me put a long. Which one's a long fart? Let me see here. 300, 447. Maybe I can just like sort by size. This was a long one. Ooh. Okay, you get the idea, right? I think you can just like everything and then just like play with effects. I did install a new vibrato here. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, let me okay, let me lower the voice of this real quick. Ah. The reverb. I'm gonna cry. I'm tearing up. Put reverb behind the pitch. I mean, I have a fart noise already here. Hi, I think this one. Ah, so fun playing with fart noises. I love fart jokes. Okay. Space fart, baby. And now I have the low version as well. I'm 7 on the inside. I am truly a Kobo. We had a con game using NFC-enabled con badges, and the chairman only communicates in beeps when in suit, and they use these sounds he makes to acknowledge a reading of a RFID tag. And I have a whole folder of these noises. Whoa. Never realized that you can shake a fart like that before. I use them as notification sounds on my phone now. Guess how people react when my phone rings when I'm in public. I don't think that's a good idea if they use that as a code to communicate. It might just confuses them. This is sound coming from me after an Indian curry. Authentic Vogue energy. I'm sorry, I love this so much. Of course, the one and only Hey Hair Boy. Right, you have this Hey Hair Boy. So yeah, when you redeem fart noises, you have a chance of getting rickrolled. Yeah. I have the classic reverb. Oh, reverb with vibrato? The groove music just gives up. The groove music gives up. Alright, let's close this one. No. So let's cut let's cut some of these, right? We need to save out a bunch of gasp noises. Okay, this is one. If that's one, wait, how do I... Do I cut and paste them somewhere? Space Gear is trying it. You're gonna get rickrolled. How do I add a channel? Add stereo track. And then over here, just paste it. Paste. I think that's how you do it, right? I forgot how I did that. I forgot how I cut out. I cut out all the fart noises from one video. Come on. Look, Space Gear. Look, Space Gear. Space. Hear me out. Each fart noises will play a fart noise out of 110 items. There is actually 110 different fart noises here. And it's like, oh! You got the reverb! The reverb vibrato! Can I just like save? Or can I just like play only this? Is there a way to just save this? Oh wait. I think I have an idea. This might be a little bit weird for me to do this, but from here, kind of. This is one, right? Here, and then we. Oh. Last one. For good measure. What's that folder that has 100 MP3 inside about? It's complicated. Look, I literally said fart noises. They should get the idea. I should make them like, oh wait, before I do that, let's select everything. Amplify them a little bit. It's not letting me. I mean, yeah, it's a hard chance of getting it. Oh, cannot. Oh, is it because of this? Oh, the air is too loud. The last air is too loud. Let's separate this. Cut. Add a stereo tag. Track. Paste it here. Can I not move them? How do I move them again? No, it's fine. Just put it in there. And then we select this. No. Oh, I don't think I can amplify. Oh, you know what? No. It's fine. It's fine. There. Just some of the gas is gonna be like. I have exactly 25. Whoa. Exactly 25 points. Am I not zooming in? Oh wait, I am zooming in. Oh shit, oh wait, oh, I get it. This one is one, I think. I keep forgetting. I have to cut everything? I failed. Oh.
Emotional damage.
Why did I get scared? Although I can do this. Alright. Maybe a little bit louder. That's good enough. Export as MP3. I need to make a new folder. Okay, exported. Now I can keep doing this. Go back. But now, from this one... Oh shit. What just happened? Oh wait. Redo cut. Okay. So from this point I can now delete this. Okay, here. I don't think this is the most efficient way of doing it, but I'm doing it anyway. And then maybe amplify it a little bit. Do I need to amplify this? Just a little bit then. Maybe just a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah. Oh wait, it's A for asthma. Okay, then go in here. Is that one? Oh, that is one as well. Wow. Okay. Yeah. So I did this for 107 fart noises as well. And on a single video, there's like a shitload of fart noises. From that one video, I cut out all the fart noises as well. So this is how I do it. Yeah, looking at behind the scenes here. All right, we have B for asthma. I don't think it's a very clever way of doing it, but if it works, it works. Also, I should probably change the title to not food talk anymore. Here, let me do it real quick. No more food talk. This episode on Behind the Board. You know what? This is now Behind the Board. But I'm still gonna put the category as just chatting still. After I cut out all the asthma noises, then I'll play Monster Hunter Stories. Okay, there it is. I changed the title. Get this one around here. Need to amplify this. Oh my god. Okay, C for asthma, and then you have D for asthma. I assume it's this one. Yeah. Just gonna make everything very low. Yeah. If E or asthma. Oh yeah. Oh, those are the table slams. That makes a lot of sense. The very loud ones are the table slam. I love the table slam. Yeah, there's no need to amplify this. F for asthma. Are you guys enjoying this? I sure am. Something... I kind of like doing this. Sometimes, right? Sometimes. Not all the time. More table slam? I can assume it's here. F G for asthma. And then I'll do I'm gonna add a new redeem to it as well, but it's not hard, so don't worry. Right here, got this. Here, I love the asthma noises. I don't like asthma, right? No one deserves asthma. If those who suffer from asthma, I wish you all the best. Alright? I'm not trying to make fun of people with asthma here. H for asthma. From here. Ooh. What's with that little wave here? Okay, so it's here. Alright. I can make this louder. I. And once we reach Z on this bad boy, we start to do A B A B A C A D. It never runs out. It never runs out. After this here. The table slam. Huh? Gonna start with table slam, I guess? I'll cut this one here, and then the next one will start with a table slam. I guess I can do that. Table slam. Oh, I can end with a table slam. To jump scare yourself. God damn it. I'm not a masochist.
Emotional damage.
That didn't scare me. That didn't scare me. I can make this slightly louder. Audacity is fun to mess around with. J. Okay, we start from a table slam, so I might need. Yeah, good enough. Cut. Then here. Oh god. There, that's perfect. Send a message in music sharing at Discord. Oh, sharing music? Alright. Music sharing. HIJK. I'm gonna name this Redeem Asthma. I'm gonna get cancelled. JKL. And then this one. Oh, we're almost there. Just a few more gasps. Oh, people are already playing firecrackers outside. Wow. Wait, I already saved this one. Okay. My Kobo brain is slowly engaging. Kobo brain. Just gonna export this. It looks loud enough. Probably with a table slam. And also, what did you send me? The beat boops we found Furfester. Not the special remixes for certain redeems at the game itself. Oh. Did I export this? I did, right? I'm gonna assume I did. I don't remember. Oh shit. Cut. Oh, still a little bit. Cut. Okay, one very loud one. Ooh, that's hard to get. There, I think that's good enough. Hmm? This is a weird change of pace, right? Suddenly I'm doing this. Oh. Did you got enough voice for one part? Wow, space gear. I believe you got this. I'm gonna export MP3 is OP. Not you? Oh. You know what? I believe you. God. Okay, that's 3. Ah! What do you mean? Really? Cheesecake? How dare? I just revived. I've been pet while I'm dead. I saw the hand for a split second. Okay, I need to go pass out for a few hours. It's 3:30 a.m. Oh, ooh, have a wonderful stream, Roxanne. Alright, thanks for hanging out, Lex. Appreciate. Hope you have a good sleep. Go get good sleep. Did I save this? Did I save this asthma? I don't think so. You know, I'm gonna. Yeah, I don't think I did. Let's cut this one. Hi again, cheesecake. I've been ambushed. Okay, P M or P Q. I don't remember the alphabet order. That's just how kobold I am. I don't remember the heckin' alphabet order. I need to read it out so that I would know. Okay, that's one. Just a little bit. Alright. Q R. Okay. I assume it's that one. No, that's a big one. Cut this. Just export this. It's loud enough. How are we gonna get scared from that? Q R S. S for asthma. Oh. Oh, look at that little peak. Look at that little cheesecake peak. Hi, Hinomancy. Welcome in. I'm just cutting out asthma noises. Don't worry about it. It's just because I remember one video, now that I have to cut them out for redeem. Hell yeah. I'm gonna make it slightly louder. Just maybe a little bit. Okay, that's very loud. Alright. I don't know if Red Moon does this. QRST. Red Moon might have done this. I don't know. Red Moon is so chaotic. I miss his stream. He didn't stream for a while. I hope he recovers from COVID already. All right. QRSTU. U for asthma. Oh, we're getting there. It's almost done. It's 2 here. I love how I spent so much time cutting out exactly 107 fart noises using the same exact method of doing this. Around 12. Yeah, that's good enough. TUV. Oh god. I don't know why it's so funny to me. Got me tear up multiple times. Right. VTUVW. Okay, W. Oh, that's a... Wait, is that 3 of them? Oh, this is 1, this is 1, this is 1. Okay, okay. I need more table slamming ones. TUVWX. X. That's a tight one. I'm just gonna export this. I think this one is loud enough. X, Y, Y for asthma. Yeah. Oh, I cannot believe there's more than 26 asthma noises here. Alright. Z. We got them. That's A to Z asthma. A for asthma, B for asthma, C for asthma. There. And then around here. Gonna love it when you can know from the wavelength that is one gasp. Oh. Oh, alright. Okay, now it's AA for asthma. I mean, if it's a little bit offset, I think it's still fine. AB. Export this. Where was I? AB. Okay, AC. I need to keep this. I don't think I can remember, but I'll try. AC. Okay, this one. Here. ACAD? AD? Oh. What if I make an AD account on Twitter? Uh-oh. We're almost there. Just a few more. I assume that's... Yeah, that... I just want to cut this single table slam out. I think I can make this slightly louder. ADAEAF. And then this one. Yeah, definitely amplifying this one. Oh, all right. G. And I'm gonna cut here. This one is like 1, but I'm gonna cut off the... You're gonna cut off the table slam right there. One of this is not like the other. One of this is not like the other. GH. Way too many asana sounds. Oh, don't worry. There were too many. When I have 110 fart noises in there. There's no such thing as too many. Okay, this is the table slam. Table slam. I kind of want to amplify the table slam. Effect. Oh, I cannot. Okay, fine. HAI. Okay, and then we can cut from here. Oh yeah, we're almost there. The rest will be easy because I don't need to zoom in, zoom out too much anymore. HIJ? Make me at 9 sounds. The autumn the CC generation is hilarious again. I don't know. The CC sometimes is janky, especially when I speak when I speak Chinese. CC will go insane. CC will just be like, "What the fuck am I listening to? Help! This is not English, but I need to translate it to English." It's fun doing this. See, it's nice when you don't need to zoom in, zoom out too much anymore. Oh, just wrong thing. We don't need audio duck. AJKL? Hmm. The table slam. Yes, I cannot wait to play with this. L M M. This is not English Dubai, translate to English. Dubai? It's only Dubai, let's go. In terms of CC or they pee the pants. I'm not gonna pee my pants. Effect, amplify. L M N. Oh, we're almost done. Okay, that's very loud. Oh. Why is it so funny to me? I mean, we want to keep it clean in here, right? Of course we're gonna keep it clean. I did export this, right? I'll leave the exhale in it. Exhale? This exhale? I mean, this is considered as one, I guess. But I just need to really amplify this. It sounds like help. O P Q. At least the export doesn't take time at all. Oh my god. Hi Narix. Narix, I'm almost done. And then I can and then I'm gonna play Monsanto stories after I'm done with this. Oh yeah, baby. A Q. Oh shit. O P Q R. S. Oh, this one is a tight cut. Can I make it louder? Alright, that's good enough. QRST E. Table slam. Oh, it's so good. All right. QRSTU. Oh, my ears itch. Oh, all right. TUB. This one. Oh, that's pretty loud. Okay, that's good enough. EUVW. Okay, that's two. Oh, it's almost done. My masterpiece. Masterpiece. W X. Yeah, that's fine. W X Y. All right. Y. Z. Oh, Z. Oh, we have 26 plus 26. Asthma noises. All right. Now it's BA. A bit too close. And then we have BB. BB for asthma. I hope that's one. BC. The last two. All right. Big D. And that's the last one, BE. There. That's the whole asthma noises. Let's minimize this. So asthma noises here has 57 items. Okay, that's not bad. Let's go to StreamerBot real quick. So actions. Here I need to add asthma group. It's okay. Random action. No. Over here, some actions. Wait, what? Oh yeah, there is sound. Play sound from folder. Application default. Let's change it to 4. Why is it like no sound? Oh. Oh yeah. Let's put it at 140%. 139. 130, 130. Okay, maybe just 120%. That's good enough. Yeah, okay, good. So we have this action right here. No cooldown whatsoever. And then go to platforms. Channel point rewards. Gonna add a new one. Title. Asthma. Cost. I mean, it will be the same as fart noises because it's just a very short, very short sound. And then there's not gonna be any global cooldown. You guys can go crazy, go crazy, go stupid. Okay, there's asthma action. I said the action, right? Action is gonna be asthma. Yeah, so it should be there. Yeah, it's gonna measure my gasp. Yep, there it is. I did it. New redeem. Just like that, easy. You want exclamation mark gasp? Let's see, commands. Oh my god. Okay, action asthma. Well, only those who's here would know. Include, enable, action asthma. Yeah. Go crazy, y'all. Yep, it works. I can't believe you got the air first try. Which one is the last one? BE, right? it's just the air. It got me every time. Alright, that's good, that's good. Oh yeah. New redeem? Fuck yeah. Alright, I did it. This kobold made a new redeem. Alright, for good measure, let's watch this again. The table slam. The table slam. Who thought of this? Who thought of this? God damn. God damn, who thought of this? We just skip download the game. God fucking. This video is truly breathtaking. I'm gonna get out of YouTube comment section before I go insane. Ooh. What have we learned today? There's 57 asthma noises in this video, and then it's like there's still the slippery egg river is is very delicious. And you start, you know, when you're in school and you get bored and you start counting how many times your teacher lecture says, okay, I didn't do that, I just straight out sleep. As long as I don't snore, the teacher doesn't care about me. But then there's a few times where I snore and then the teachers just come and whack me. Nice. Yeah, that feels good. Slippery river is good, and onion is pronounced as onion. But we can close these now.
How do we dice an onion? Big onion. Look at that. Woo! To the good onion. Good onion is a heavy onion. So it's 6-pound onion. It's also an onion where the onion is put. This is the tip of the onion. The onion is not the knife around the onion. Remove the pepper skin of the onion. Dice an onion. Cut the onion in half. On the onion. An onion. Then the onion with onion right here. Onion.
And we learn about onion as well. We learn about onion, and we learn about Jean Pierre. Fight me. Oh yeah, I forgot to change the title. Okay, let's do it real quick. And let me close this one as well. Yeah. Mute tab. Go here. Close this. Open this up. Anything else I'm missing? Yeah, I'm pretty sure everything is fine. Okay. And then this one. I'm just gonna open it up first. My PC's like slowly dying. I'm scared. Kobold riding. I type rising. Monsters. I cannot wait for the free title update. For the new update. Kobold Rider Dragons, maybe? Store. Why is there no Monster Stories? Oh, there it is. I mean, I guess I'm just gonna say riding dragons. It's safe to say that I can ride dragons as a kobold. Kobold privilege. Okay, there it is. Where's the game? Oh, there it is. Oh yeah, I need to change my controller. This is my Heihachi controller. That's mine. Where's the no sound? Where's the music gone? Oh, there it is. Okay, that's good. That's good. Cobalt rides her dragons. Yeah. I wish you a better one. All right, Sydney. Oh yeah, I cheated and have Soul Seer Mizu armor. I forgot. Master Stories is my realm. I want to get more sleep anyways. All right, Sydney. Yeah, sleep is important. All right, go get some sleep. Important, very. I appreciate you hanging out with me. All right, a big thank yous. What do I want to do again? I forgot. Oh yeah, I have Ice Kacang. Ice Kacang and Whimdy Boy. Am I gonna go Elder Lair? I think. Yeah. I was doing Deviant Quest, am I? And then I cannot kill... I cannot get Soul Seer Mizu. Yeah, just gonna pray. Got the souls here? Yeah, and yeah, your Deviant Quest is halfway. Yeah, because Deviant I'm stuck at Soulseer. You came to watch my Shiny Han. Alright. Good luck with Shiny Han. I assume it's for Pokemon. Tsukino. 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 A cute kitty. Kono kanji. Oh. The big boy. I got 10 set planned. Don't know if that's good. And yeah, your Deviant quest is Deviant Art quest. Oh god. I mean, Deviant Art is not that bad, I would say. Maybe. I hope. I think. I'm not gonna... I don't know. I never been to Deviant Art. Alright. I only been to Deviant Art a few times for downloading Tekken mods. Paintball? Paintball? Oh my god, you're right! I have all the paintballs now. Oh, we need Flash Bomb. We don't need Flash Bomb. Oh, I can make so many Dunkin' Donuts. As someone who used to use it as their main site, it's so terrible. I get that, I guess. I heard that DeviantArt can get quite deviant. The art over there can get quite scary at times. I'm not gonna assume what's happening in there because I have no idea. But still, right? Still, it's what I heard anyway. Oh, you know what, guys? I want you guys to look at my Soul Seer armor. All right. Yeah. Okay. Look at this, and I'm gonna go for toilet break a little bit. All right. Is this a toilet break? I think this is. Oh, it is. Okay. Boop. There it is. Toilet break. I'll be right back real quick, okay? I feel a little bit in need of toilet right now. I'm not gonna repeat what happened last night, so I'll be right back. In the meantime, make sure you guys are pretty hydrated. Hydrated, okay? I'll be right back. Scary is a perfect word. I guess it's DeviantArt. Back. Sorry that it took a while. My my stomach was acting up a little bit just now. Yeah. I'll just keep it that way. You guys know what happened. Alright, I'm back.
Hello
Oh,
and welcome.
Protogin Pharaoh. Hello. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate. Now, you betray me. How could you give me a pie? I hope you're doing good. Welcome in. Also, what am I trying to do again? Oh, Deviant. I'm trying to do trying to get soul seer stuff. Well, not really just soul seer stuff, but oh, that's so good. I'm so glad I did that. Welcome back. Yeah. Is this Switch or PC? This is PC. Oh. Only quest? These are all like high ranked stuff, right? Yeah, there we go. I think that's good enough. That's good enough. I'm gonna try. Should I? Okay, you know what? Before that, let me look at my dragons. Soldier Boy is at 52. Oh. Soldier Boy, Wimpy Boy. I mean, Soldier Boy seems strong enough. But then I have Ice Kachang here, it's not bad, I think. I'm gonna try using Ice Kachang to win against Soul Seer, is it possible? I mean, of course I have Camo Boy, I King Boy, and Mike Tyson. I don't know, I have... Look, I trust. I trust Ice Kachang. I'm gonna do it. Hardly anyone plays on Switch these days, and when they are, none of them have finished the game. I mean, I heard that Switch has no DLC question mark? Oh, I could be wrong. I have no idea though, since I don't own a Switch. I come here to visit if you want my advice. It's okay. I'm gonna try once first. Are tips allowed? You know what? Tips are allowed. Yeah. Tips will be great. How will I get... How do I play this game again? Look, it's been a while, okay? Quest info... It's a 9-star quest, isn't it? Is it this one? I think it's this one. Of the deviant ones. This is Grimclaw Tigrex. If a monster with genes that have a good chance of at paralysis. Oh. Yeah, I was trying to do paralysis with Brack. With my Mike Tyson, which is a little bit funny. I get it. I tried, alright. I'm gonna try using Ice Kachang and see how that goes. I'm probably gonna get decimated, which is fine, because it's... Look, getting bodied by Soul Seer doesn't... It's not that bad. If it doesn't show the monster specifically, then that's the one you haven't completed before. Okay. So this must be the one then. Is Soul Seer here? That would be kind of weird, isn't it? Where's the bug telling me to go? Where's the bug pointing me at? Soshi has made easy appearances on it. The associate one isn't part of Deviant quest line. It's not? Oh, you pick it up as a DLC quest and it's just that sub-quest then. Oh, it's not Deviant! Oh, shit, okay. Well, I'm still gonna go for this Deviant quest then. Maybe I already cheated last time I played this. Is this the one? I'm going in. I don't know what this one is. So it is Deviant. It's just post-release monster. Oh, okay. I wish you luck with this one, Rags. Alright, thank you. I'm gonna try my best. And hopefully not get decimated. Don't know if this is the right one. People are already playing fireworks like crazy. Probably isn't. It's okay. Whatever it is, me and Ice Kacang will do it. Me and Ice Kacang, we're gonna do it. We're gonna beat them up. Even though I probably forgot about everything the monster does. It's fine. I got this. Look, I'm a veteran at this game. I'm a veteran at this game. Woo. Can I quick finish this? Oh, I can. Yeah. Why is this like top here? Is this a low rank subquest then? I think I have a sneaking suspicion that it might be. Look, it's fine. Oh, it is? Oh god, alright. You know what? It's fine. Don't worry about it. Oh, one of the name monster? Oh, okay. Oh, they even have Mr. Krabs here. Oh god. Mr. Krabs! Jangan nabunuh saya takut. Alright, there it is. I mean, name monster is also not easy to deal with. But I have Ice Kacang, so it's fine. Look, Ice Kacang got this. Ice Kacang OP. I'm back? Oh. Name monsters are stronger than royal monsters, believe it or not. Oh, they are, totally. I fought with a few name monsters. They are tough as hell. Royal monsters are fine. Royal monsters are not as hard as the named ones. Get that ass. Yeah. Is that a Wyvern Stone? Royal monsters are same stat as their normal spawns. They're just placed at an earlier place as an opportunity for a challenge and power spike. You know, like how I kind of cheated and oh well, not cheated, but I got lucky with paintballing a Zinogre, a Royal Zinogre. I paintballed that one and I got it. So I got an early Zinogre. I'm not even gonna complain, man. That was lucky. Let's go, I King boy. You're gonna love I King boy. I think that chest is above. Also, this game doesn't make a goddamn sense. I need a jumping monster to get to the chest. A flying monster that cannot jump. And a flying monster that cannot climb ivy. I cannot just fly there? Excuse me, game? I will cry. It looks like the can't cut. Fair point. It is Pokemon. Oh, hey. Hi. Oh, is that my ass? Oh god, I shouldn't have done that. Okay, that's not my ass. This one's different. Insatiable beast. I think you like Tokaido. It's speed. I remember it's speed. How do I play this game again? Just gonna pep talk real quick, don't worry about it. It's speed, why are you using power? Oh god, why are you using power? Do I have any technical monster? Yes, I do. Whimdy boy! I'm gonna let you do that, alright? I'm gonna do this. Get that head. Yeah. Get him, get him. Oh, is it rock toss? I remember this. It's gonna be rock toss. It's rock toss. It's okay, you are not about to kill Zenogre with an ice attack while he's blast blighted. Yeah. You'll be fine. That would be too suitable for lowering names. Oh, okay. It's a Monster Hunter game. It was never going to make sense. Fine, you know what? That's a fair point. Rock toss. I might be too strong for this. I might be cheating. And then I brought Riverator. I'm cheating even more. What is that damage? Oh, it's ground cut. Oh yeah. I cannot wait for ground cut T. Ground cut T. Oh. Nice. Oh, nice. Rock toss. Oh shit, 2 turns, right? Why are you using speed attack? Very high chance to strike first. Oh. You know what? Yeah, you do that. I'll do this. Oh, it's not. Ooh, it's not technical anymore. It's power. Oh wait, they are power. Oh, nice. Ground cut tea. Alright, you know what? Let's do this. I'm gonna look at ×1 speed. I never really get to look at this well. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. God, Kushala is like my first love in Monster Hunter series. No damage, that's fine, that's fine. Now, Wimdy Boy did so good, hell yeah. You know his speed attack? Oh, you're gonna get bullied. I mean, I can... Oh. Yo! Oh! That's fine, don't worry about it. Trap Cyclone? You know what? You do that. It's fine. I'm gonna... let's do a pep talk. Rock toss. Yeah! Why are you aiming at Wimdy Boy? Oh my god, you're actually aiming at Wimdy Boy. Don't worry, Wimdy Boy. We got this. Oh, no more speed attack? Oh god. High chance to moderately lower all elemental attack and defense for all enemies for 3 turns. This one seems pretty good. Alright, you know what? I'm bringing in Soldier Boy. You! Soldier Boy! Get him! Wait, I'm too fast. Do I have Dancer? Oh, okay. You know what? I'll take that. Yeah! That feels good. Yeah! Oh. No, that did not scare me. It's a Fang Beast, right? It's a Gendro. I think. Yeah. Oh. Oh, shiny. 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 I want a Gendrum too. Gendrum is pretty adorable. Is it not? Oh wait, Gendrum is Bird Wyvern. Okay, okay, yeah, Look, alright, look. I'm a kobold. That's it. That's it, no argument. That's my argument. Oh, red one is a high rank then, right? What are you pointing at? What? In the south, alright. Is there Redden? Yeah, I think that's a Redden. I see shiny, I won. Can you get that? SRHR, what is that? What's the SRHR? Oh wait, it's not a Redden. It's another sub-quest then, what? That could be the Deviant. I swear I'm not colorblind. Oh, it says a high rank sub-quest then, okay. Let me just get enough tracks real quick. Oh wait, no, it is a Redden. It's a low rank Redden. I'm going in. You find Deviants and Elder Dragon Eggs and Super Reddens. I never seen a Super Redden before. I get the Elders and the Elder and Soldier Boy with the help of my friend Narix here. Narix hard carrying me. The particular monkey as well. Yeah, that happened on stream. I like that. Haname? Haname? I don't get the Harambe memes, no. You know, like, you know what, where they say like a dick's out for Harambe? Like, why? I don't get that one. Oh, who's sleeping? Pickles is sleeping. Look at that Pickles. The green Pickles is sleeping. Gonna love a good old sleeping Pickles. Alright, I'm just gonna take the egg. You can just sleep away, alright? Don't mind me. Gonna get some eggs. Oh. Black and white? No, this is low rank. I'm not gonna get anything too rare. I want a big shiny. Oh, there it is. I don't know who this is. Very heavy, I'm taking this. How rare do you want it to be? I don't know. I don't know. I want something good, and what's good? I don't know what's good. It must be the higher rank subquest then. No, don't touch me. Another fight shard. Speaking of pickles, Why can't Pokemon do this? You know, being able to fly freely. Pokemon cannot even handle jumping. Labuyer Tower. And I'm back here, you piece? Alright. Wait, is this it? Oh my god, I cannot see the bugs. I hate it. Where did the bug go? Pokemon Violet and Scarlet has a rideable Pokemon. Hi, Essie. Also, yeah, they have a rideable Pokemon that is broken. Pokemon, after how many generations? Can hardly handle jumping in game. Kind of funny, don't you think? Hope you're doing good, Essie. Fun fact, they avoid what's in the egg. They avoid what's in the egg drugs picked up because of how scary it gets during a certain season. Also, in general, it avoids them. The egg? It avoid... Huh? Sorry, you lost me. Yeah, right. Violet and Scarlet, nine generations, I think, can barely handle jumping. If you jump at a certain angle and then when it hits the ground, you just fall through the ground. That it's a big company. Because avoid the monster in the egg I picked up during certain seasons. You mean the one that I just got? It's afraid of the monster in the egg. Whoa. Do I get to see it? Or is it just lore wise? Do I get to see Pickles behaving like that? I mean, if it's lore, then it's still pretty cool. Just lore? Oh. Yeah. That's fine. The Backrooms documentary has nothing on the amount of no clipping in Pokemon Scarlet Violet. Yeah. It's funny. They seriously just rushed out Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, right? And they never really changed the formula of the game. I would only consider Pokemon Legend of Arceus as like Pokemon 2. Because they actually changed the formula of the game and make it fun. And then it's back to, here's a starter Pokemon. You're gonna go defeat Gym or defeat something and become champion. Haha. Go have fun. No touchy. No touchy the Velcana. Rude. Where am I going? Oh wait, that's a dead end. Okay, how do I get back? Shut the fuck up, Naviru. Oh my god. I know the expedition team is done. Oh my god. Legend of Arceus, where you, the trainer, can get collateraled. Yeah. And that makes sense. Because Pokemon don't care if you're human or something else. They'll beat the shit out of you if you threaten them. Or they feel that they're afraid of you. Dude. I'm fine, don't worry. Yeah. It makes more sense. And they have Dark Souls roll. Hot churro? Oh my god, I can eat hot churros now? I mean, I can tell Narix to give me Vital Essence. Narix, I want Vital Essence. Please and thank you. Vital Essence. I don't know if you know what else that could imply. Huh? What else could imply what I just said? Wait, what did I just say? Ah. Dark Sea. Vital Essence. Hey man. This is a huge den.
Emotional
my God.
damage.
I shouldn't. Why am I so jumpy? Why am I so jumpy? Sometimes the littlest of thing can really scares me. I don't get it though. It's all good and fun, don't worry. Why are there so many Diablos? Get that ass. You see when you open the egg? See why Pickles will avoid the monster that I have? That's pretty cool, knowing that Pickles can Pickles will actually avoid monsters. You know, being the death machine and all. Can I? Oh my god. Oh wait, I can just go there. Okay. Because there's so many monsters you can chuck into the desert. What would you like? Diablos, Monoblos, Diablos, Monoblos, Diablos, or Cephalos crab? I don't know. Maybe a bit of a Diablos and maybe a little bit of Monoblos. Maybe chuck some Diablos in as well. It's fine. All right, let's go down. There it is. Name monster. The pale impaler. That is actually a really cool name. I think it's speed, right? Monoblow starts with speed, I remember. So I'm gonna need technical. Horn. Fuck, it's power, help! Excuse me, game? Excuse me? Yeah, don't worry about it. It happens. Okay, it's power. It's goddamn power. I'm gonna charge. Oh wait, did it like? Oh, it likes horn. Okay, okay. Yeah. Yeah, aim at Roberto, it's fine. That didn't do a lot of damage. What are you doing? What is it gonna do? I don't know. Roberto is like dying. It's fine, Roberto, you got this. I believe in you. Ground/P, there it is. Alright, here comes a bit of a bingity bangity boom. Gonna try the legs. Get that leg! Nice. Yeah, I know. but just imagine though. Just imagine I can chuck it at the leg. It's like game says yes, therefore I do. Ice-Kachang is pretty strong. Oh, not this time, buddy. Not this time. I know what you're gonna do, man. Get him! I'm almost dead! Oh, nice. I think it's now speed, isn't it? Click stun and lower defense for 3 turns. It is sold to all enemies. If Ice-Kachang is fast enough, then that'll be good. But I'm gonna do this just in case, and I'm gonna heal. And I cannot heal. God, Ice-Kachang, your skill costs too much. Your skill actually costs too much points. Ground slash, there it is. Ground slash S. Ice-Kachang is almost dead. Is he gonna lock on and do things? I think that's what's happening. I actually think that's what's happening. I'm gonna die. Yeah. Is it gonna be Deadly Horn Jab? Not enough! It's probably gonna be Deadly Horn Jab. You already have defense. Yeah, you do this. I'm still gonna charge, don't worry. Actually, I'm gonna pep talk. Helps a little bit. Yeah. Yeah! It's not pissed anymore, right? So it's back to power. Oh, you're aiming it. Oh, whoa. Yeah, you're aiming it. Oh god. Wait a minute. Think I need to change its power. I need Soldier Boy. Ground slash. Roberto can cut. Soldier Boy is almost dead? How the fuck is people gonna win against this piece of shit during low rank? There's no way! Excuse me? You can get the tail. I'm gonna get the legs. You just double take all the way, he doesn't have multi-action turns. Oh. know, I'm gonna bring back in Ice Kacang because Ice Kacang has the pep talk effect. I'm gonna let Ice Kacang heal for a little bit. At the same time, I'm gonna charge. Focus power? Oh, ground dive, I forgot about that. Nice! Whoa, wait a minute, Roberto is healing? No fucking way. Alright, thanks Roberto. I'm gonna try at the tail this time. Yeet! Random fun fact, Roberto was Tigrex LS in Monster Hunter Stories 1. Wait, Roberto uses longsword back then? Wow. Granted, it's only visual because you don't have the hunter... Oh, okay lah. I'm gonna do pep talk again to heal Roberto. How much more health do you have? Holy shit. Oh, there it is. Yeah! Alright, we need to eat Dunkin' Donuts. That was too painful. Where's my Dunkin' Donuts? Shut the fuck up, Naviru. Holy shit. Oh. Wait, it's a bird wyvern, but it's... Is this Gyps Ross? Looks like Gyps Ross, but I could be wrong. I'm not gonna take this. Oh. Oh. Shiny. I'm taking this. Shiny good. I'm gonna save some Dunkin' Donuts. I'm not gonna eat all of my Dunkin' Donuts. Where's the game telling me to go? Oh. Hi, Rogue. Oh, there it is. Is that a Redden? Oh, it's a high rank one. All right. I was drinking, you little shit. Okay, I need to bonk the bugs. Morning, Rogue. Yeah, no quick finish for you. But Nahabura is technical. I'm gonna bonk up. Yeah. Good. Oh my god, I forgot how scary the bugs are. Dude, why are you bullying a support? I'm just a hunting horn player. Come on, man. Hey. Yeah, bonk. Oh, nice. Good. Get stunned, little shit. Help. Oh, this is good. Monomos gives you shit about that stuff. I know, right? Yo, got this. Nice. Oh, that healed quite a lot. And I can cheer. I'm a support. Yeah. Look at that. I'm a good support. Dude, that heals quite a lot. Alright, here comes a biggity biggity boom. Hit that tail. Ooh, nice. Alright, I have no attack skills. I can bonk him, but I can change weapon. A weapon change. Get that horn. Nyah. Ground slash. Roberto can cut. There it is. Our motto for this game: Roberto can cut. Capture Head is basically cheer bar with bonus crit. Oh, okay. You know what? It's aiming for Roberto. I'm gonna charge and I'm gonna ride. Yeah, I want to look at this ×1 speed. I want to admire this. Let's get the tail. Oh yeah. Dude, Vilcana is just way too beautiful. Come on, man. Look at that. Oh my god. That angle. Oh. I'm gonna coom. Yappa sugena. Shoot him. Oh wait, I only charged. It's still pissed, okay. Yep. Nice. I'm level 56. This boat is getting strong. Oh, I got a nutriment. Oh yeah, I need to give all my nutriment for Ice Kacang. Abandon all possessions for Velcana. Oh wait, didn't I get a gold radiant? Yeah, I got a gold radiant back then. It's another pickles. Oh, look at pickles. Feed them kind of steroids. Oh god. What? Can I get a check? Who is this? I need to know who is this. I need to know. It's very heavy? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go open up the air conditioner for a little bit. It's getting hot. I'm wet. It's Bad Dragon. Bad Dragon? Oh, is this pickles? Moisturize? Alright. Thanks, Rogue. Pickles is green? Is this not green? Also, Pickles is fanged. Wait, no, Pickles is brute, isn't it? This is... Oh yeah, it's flying. I'm stupid. Radiant? No, Radiant's not this color. Why did I get scared by fart noises? I mean, it's a bad dragon. I want a bad dragon. And it's very heavy. Must be... Not shiny, but this one is very heavy though. Yeah, it's a rare high rank den. I'm just curious about this one. And a bad dragon seems nice. It's a BD? Well, yeah, bad dragon's pretty good. You know what? I'm gonna try to roll this one. Maybe I can get a better one. Maybe I can get a better bad dragon. Nah, I'm getting this one. Yeah, I'm getting this one. Bad dragon. I scared the boat. The boat is very jumpy. This boat, very jumpy. It's humble flying? Humble? No element? Alright, we got another deviant. Crab. Aha! I can quick finish now? I'm too strong. I'm too strong. Let me do something real quick because this is like... Yeah, it's hiding something. There it is. Alright, good. Always nice to get bottle caps. Yeah, I think a lot of like shops are closing down today. Well, not closing down, like they stopped working starting today because of Chinese New Year. My parents included. So people before they go home, they'll like play, and they will, oh, not really play. They'll play the fireworks. Like, yeah. Look, my brain doesn't work right now. I'm sorry. Get the prey first. That's a strong as heck gen prey. It's almost dead. Oh shit. Oh, I never see a Gendrum doing this. Alright, X-Kachang, you got this. Get him! It is now technical. I'm calling it, it's now technical. Yes! Big as a brain! Ooh. They are technical. Do you have power? Yes, you do. I saved one herb. The lizard drone still not very long, non-native Nahabras. The bugs are just insane. They are literally on steroids. They are stronger than everything. Like small monsters wise. They be reminded to hug the kobold. Oh yeah, this kobold likes hug. Please hug the kobold. Kobold is yipping for hugs. And kobold doing little yips asking for hugs. Oh yeah. Kobo very happy. Okay, it seems I have to go down. Gypsyros? Oh no. Wait a minute. Why are the Banahabras here? Look, I trust Ice Kachang's judgment, alright? I think Gypsyros is a technical monster. Oh, Ice Kachang is so clever! Okay, wait a minute, it's way too painful. And now they're all aiming for me? You know what? I'm gonna heal. Look at this. Oh! Oh! Well, I don't like that. Soothing sounds. Oh, and let's recover a little HP. Reversal is that like max HP. I get a cheer. Oh, unless that's like. Okay, yeah, no. I should probably heal for a little bit. Yeah, let's do this. I really need to kill the bugs. Oh! Hey, man! Can you not? I'm getting bullied. I'm actually getting bullied. Oh. Oh, it's been a while since I last listened to that one. Oh, hi, Dub. I'm getting bullied. Someone please kill them. I cannot do anything. They keep bullying me. Oh yeah, I need mega potion for this. Yug! But why? Nice. I tried to ouch them. You tried. You know what? I respect that. Oh! Air showdown in the cave? Get him, Ice Kachang! Yeah, Ice Kachang! That's right, you little shit. I might be getting Masada to Wingers of Ruin on Saturday. Ooh, nice! Highly recommend. This game's pretty good. I love. Okay, this needs to stop. Like Gyps Ross is fine, but the goddamn Banaha Bras are the one that's causing trouble. You try playing this game? Ooh, did you like it? Just kinship the Banaha Bra. I wanted to do that out of spite. I want to do it. I actually wanted to do it out of spite. I hate the Banahadras. Please just get out of here. Oh my god. Ah! There's no goddamn way Gyps Rose died first, then Banahadras. Do you see how fucked up this is? Do you see how fucked up this is? Gyps Rose died before Banahabra does. Like, what the fuck? I might be getting Masanta Generation Ultimate as well, but not sure yet. Isn't Generation Ultimate is like the what is it again? A handheld console one? Chicha fight Chicha, yeah. Oh, it's on Switch. Oh, okay. Who is that? Oh my god, it's a Diabolo. Alright. What the fuck? That actually scared me. It's the Diabolo. Bloodbath Diabolo. Oh god. What is Bloodbath Diabolo? Hey, good luck, I will die. You know what Bloodbath Diabolo does? Power. Power. Oh, goodbye. What the fuck? Stop aiming for me, you little shit. It's speed. Wait, you don't need to get bonked? Really? I want to goddamn heal. Let me get the horn first. He's only scary second end range onwards. Well, I'm almost dead. On the first turn, mind you. I'm gonna cheer. I don't know what it's going. Oh, is it gonna dive? Okay, yeah. Hey! I wonder if this still works. The animation looks different. Gonna try the tail. Nice. Okay, I already healed. No, Eska-chan, I don't want you to do that. You know what? Just do snow spray. I'd rather you do that. We need to break the horn first. This is like a big deal. Oh, yep. Repair token cut. It's not mad yet, alright? What's it again? I forgot. It's speed, right? Yeah, it's speed. Hit the legs. Here? Oh, it is so power right now. Are you? You're not aiming for anyone. Wait, what? Ever is doing technical, why? Focus power, okay. Focus power. It's gonna be an AoE. Oh my god, it's gonna be an AoE. Hey. Oh shit. Oh god. It's gonna be an AoE. I'm gonna counter. Hellish heavyweight. What the fuck? I survived. Let's go. If I didn't survive that, I would die. Oh god, there's the firecrackers going on. I need help. That is so close to my house. Holy shit, I cannot even hear what I'm saying anymore. Hit the leg! Ooh. Oh, goddamn. It's back to speed. Yeah. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, wow, what? Get that leg. Nice. Oh. Hey yo, don't do diamond wave. No, don't do diamond wave. Snow spray cannot crit, right? It's a range. Minus 75%. Oh, counter is minus 50%. Yeah, if I die just now, I lost. I'm so glad I did counter stance. It helps. It helps. Guard is minus 75%. Oh, but I want the counter. I like the counter. Yeah. Oh shit, I need Bonk for that? Round slash. Roberto can cut. There it is. Yeah, this one doesn't crit. Fair. Unless it's got less, then guard is minus 90%? That's so much! Are you gonna ground dive? Then don't do that. Alright, save some points. I'm gonna charge. Actually no, I'm gonna heal. Yeah. Second enrage? Oh fuck. I don't think there's enough. I'm gonna die. I have no I have no more heart left. Alright, here comes the biggity bangity boom. Biggity bangity boom. Wow, ancient potion, goddamn. Oh! Yeah, Roberto can cut. If it's not for Roberto, I'm dead. Like 10 times I'm dead. Yay, Roberto! I'm so glad I recruited you. Blub left the apple. It's enough to turn your fur gray. Roberto too much damage? Hell yeah. What the fuck up, Naviru? Holy shit. How many times have you told me that the expedition is already back? Holy shit. Egu. I don't want this. Gendrome? Maybe not. It's this color again. It's very heavy. I'm taking the... Did I have this one? Wait, I have two of the same. Wait, I have two of the same one. Huh? I'm taking this one. It's very heavy. Is this a bad dragon again? I forgot which one is a bad dragon. Can't have him telling you their expedition is back if you don't clean them ever. I'm gonna cry. Oh, it's a burning one. Oh wait, is it Gravios? It's flying. Alright, let's get back to Lulusion. Lemao, right? Hey, it's just a bad dragon. Gravios is at lava zones? Oh. God, I have no idea what that is then. Guys, I have a confession to make. I have a small confession to make. I've been eating tibakwa. I've been eating tibakwa. Look, guilty. Okay, irresistible. All right. It's goddamn tibakwa. How can you not eat it? It's so good. Okay, everything accepted, complete. Oh, there it is. I'm not gonna get this one. Maybe I'm not gonna get like the... I already did this one, right? This one is completed. You've been eating what? Oh yeah, dried meat jerky thing. It's been numbing on dried pork jerky. Yeah. Guilty. Hey, it's delicious, okay? It's really good. It's not even Chinese New Year yet, and then I'm already committing cardinal sin by eating tibakwa. It's good, man. My God. Blip-bap diapolo. Oh, it's a bad dragon? I mean... A bad dragon is a dragon that's been bad. I guess. Loloska region? Alright, more deviant. I'll quickly just be sure what the bad dragon is. Hey, don't blame me if you see something they don't want to see. It's fine, just don't show it to anyone and you're good. Alright, let's go hatch some eggs. The one in Ice region is... Was that Ice region? Gendrum I think is still pretty cute. I like Gendrums. Little Sky is ice. Oh, you mean the deviant? Okay. I mean, of course you know. Related to a page called Only Draxon. Excuse you. Excuse you. That doesn't exist. Amazing smell. I'm taking... Yeah, this one, right? This one is what you said. You guys said that Pickles is afraid of. During a certain season. That's not black. Diablo still looks very sad. Diablo still looks so sad. and not really black. I know, but at least the egg could be darker. Yeah, black. Yeah, bad dragon. No, it's black. No, it's black. Oh, is it black Diablos? Oh shit. Whoa, crit XL. Hey yo. Non-elemental defense boost, XL health boost. You are one crazy little egg. Holy shit. How black they want it to be? As black as CG Valstrux's eggs. Wait, is CG Valstrux's eggs that black? I don't think so. How is Valstrux's egg black? Then Black Diablos is not black. You're gonna be horny, girl. Oh. Yeah, I shouldn't be surprised. Why? Wait, okay, so you guys said that during whatever season that is, I forgot, that because it's afraid of Diablos? Oh, Black Diablos, sorry? Huh. Divine Blessing. Evasion ability? Ooh. I mean, not bad. I already have horny boy, I think. Hi, Tira. Black Diablos is horny female Diablos in heat. In heat? Oh, even more aggression. Oh, okay, you know what? I get it now. Then who is this? Oh, it's Beetlejuice! Oh, wait. Baby Beetlejuice is so adorable, by the way. Look at the baby Beetlejuice. Oh, it's so derpy looking. Aww. Beetlejuice. You have no... What? No Zen? B52? Do I want to name it B52? I wonder if it's enough to name it Bomber Goose. Bomber? Oh shit. Bomber Goose? Oh god. Goose. You know, Goose. Look, this is Kobo Brain in the workings, okay? Bomber Goose. Goose. I think I already have a Bomber Boy, I think. Because I love Bomberman in the SNES games. Bomberman 1, 2, 3, Bomberman 2, 3, 4, 5 is pretty good. Bomber Goose it is. Okay, Naviru, you... That feels good. Alright, Naviru, you better shut up now. Nice. Let's see, I had a gold radiant last time I played, right? How far are you? I'm not too sure, but I've been doing the Deviant quest. Oh, it's pink. I want to see your skill. I get a Bomby Boy by going... There was a sub quest then. Yeah, in the high rank sub quest then. Sorry, but I think it's time Space has the bed. No, Space, please. You've been yearly stream and then you've been hanging out with me. I really appreciate that. Oh, go get sleep. Important, alright? Don't be sorry about it too. It's fine. Fire breath routine. Venom sweep. I have a goat. Oh, there it is. What do you have? Heroics. Oh, health boost. Queen's Judgment. Deal heavy fire damage to one enemy. Low chance to inflict burn for 3 turns. Is this like the skill that you always do? You kill the Butterfly of Doom. Moth Drag. Who the fuck is a Moth Dragon? Wait, what? That's the one. Oh, the one that you've been using. Oh, see, there it is. Bomber Boy. Oh, Otura. Yeah. Well, god damn it. I didn't kill. I want to look at Otura again, but there's no chance, right? Maybe I should change out for. Who would I change for Gold Raytheon? G Queen Gal. Good night, Space. Was nice hanging out. It was nice it was nice having you here as well. Thanks for the raid again. What's the PDN? It's not enough. Also, yeah, it's silver. It's not actually black. It's actually black. Wait. Let me go to my screenshots folder. Never enough Ultra screenshots. Let me see. Ultra screenshots. Oh yeah, there it is. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh. 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 Ultra. Come on, I just want Ultra to crush me. Come on, man. Here's the one NE Palamute, yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Like there are some certain angles that's really good as well. I'm spamming screenshots. Ooh. It's like a stop motion there. Oh my god. God damn. Ooh. I'm gonna come. See, I told you the game knows what they're doing. When we were fighting Altura, there's like one angle. Where is it? I mean, this angle is also really good. You know, Altura looking down at us. What's going on? Look, Altura even has a goddamn spirit bomb. What more do you ask for? Spirit bomb. Oh. Oh. Look at that face. The smallest of black. That actually looks good. The Doom Ball Bomb. Spirit bomb. Chikara kashite kure. Yeah, this angle. Oh. Altura can look at me like this all day, man. Oh my god. Oh yeah. That angle is the best. Oh. Okay, you know. Alright, we good. Golden Radiant is speed. Do I change out Camel Boy? I might want to change out Camel Boy because Camel Boy is speed. But then again... My Son's Rise is finally out for console, so I'm trying it out at the moment. Ooh, nice. Do you want your own Stripey Boy? Oh, Lucent Narga? Oh, not Lucent, sorry, Silverwind. Oh, sorry, I just like so used to seeing it as Lucent. Stripey Boy! Can I get Stripey Boy? I want to change Goldian. Also, Rogue. Yeah, try out Master Rise. I mean, personally, it's my favorite game, definitely. I mean, it has a lot of good-looking dragons. That's enough for me to play. Nest Search? Nest Search? Heroics and Health Up Gene, Piercing Claws. Lunar is level 40, wow. Detect Master Dance and Eggs to mark down the map. Anything else your Musty find will also show up. Ooh. It shows nearby dance? That's kinda good, is it? I think that's actually not bad. Yeah, I'm bringing Goldian. We're in the den. Pinging her skill marks where the egg spots are. Oh, okay. Alright, let's continue doing the deviant quests. And wow, you're booping me. Logging to Switch stories too? Hell yeah, man. Shut the fuck up, Naviru. Oh my god. Conchu? Oh god, not Gypsaros. Not Gypsaros! Oh wait, I can. Okay, good. Yeah! Vel booty. Toby! As fast as Ninja? Are you as fast as Quick Finish? I don't think so. Oh god, not the catcher. Not Ash Ketchum. Not Ketchum. Yeah. I'm just gonna do quick finish a bunch of times so that I can let Gold Radiant level up a little bit. And also, you know, let Gold Radiant has a little bit of a starting kinship. What? Do Umbros Armor? Hell yeah. god, the scout flies are not very visible. For me, anyway. Here's the den. Oh, there it is. It's been here this whole time? Really? Oh, no, wait, that's Conchu. Well, that's a fast search. Wait. Wait, no, I gave the wrong one. I saw King Boy as Ice Kachang. I will cry. Alright, there. And then let me use a hot mist. Gonna bonk him. Conchu is technical, isn't it? Yeah. Bonk. I need to keep doing this. Bonk. Whoa. Well, that's a TNT, holy shit. I need to kill the Conchu quick. Yeah. Why are they not doing any damage to me? That doesn't make sense. Alright, keep doing this. Heal! Oh, nice! Mother Coco Karadazo! I'm gonna keep healing, man. Oh, actually, I'm gonna cheer. Oh! Ground slash, there it is. Ground slash. Ooh! No, don't fiery aura now. Do this. Yeah, I'm gonna kill him. Every battle can cut. It's insane. But now Paolumu, Poke and Bull Drum are gonna be temporary members because the Nunagaku got Kazuo Palu. My switch save. Oh, there it is. Queen's Judgment. That was quick. My first main master is Legiana. Ooh. My first Legiana is like almost at the ending. I got a Legiana. Chill boy. I get chill boy very late. Wait, no, that's King Boy. King Boy and Ice Kachang looks a little bit similar. Main team gonna be Great Jagger, Crimson, Kurapika, Red Kaiser Dragon, Palamute, Velk, Vernaka, at this post game. Oh yeah, I think I vaguely remember you talking about that one. Gonna be like the what? Stench team. Oh god, it's a pink shitter. Why are they pink shitter here? And not only one of them, there's like 10,000 of them. Oh, hi. Nasina seems speedy. I think Ice Kachang has the right idea. Oh, fuck. Oh, nice, you got the right idea. Needle is almost broken. I'll get chest. Get up, Ice Kachang. Oh, nice. Blizzard Breath? Oh god, do you want to do Blizzard Breath? No, don't do it. You do snow spray, you got this, alright? You get the head. I'm actually gonna do heal. Not speedy enough? Eh. Oh, is it gonna do like a seal thing? I think it's gonna do like tech seal or some shit. Yeah, tech seal. Oh. Oh, that's not me. Don't worry, I'm already healing Riverato, it's fine. I will change weapon. Oh. Oh. You got this, Roberto, you got this. Nice. Oh, okay, Roberto is almost dead. Well, they died first. Been a game on release week? Yeah, I've been told. Oh wait, I should heal. Oh, actually, Roberto should heal. Here, have my 500 herbs. There you go, you're welcome. Ooh. Yeah, I know. Wait, can I quick finish? No, right? Yeah, I cannot. Okay, fine. Do I bonk? Bonk? Maybe not bonk? Oh. I should probably heal. Oh. Gibby? Feels like we're quite tanky. I'm a good support. Oh, nice. Holy shit. Maybe I can tell Ice Kachang to kill all of them. Well, maybe not all of them. I'll bonk the bug. Hmm? Oh my god, Ripper. Oh, holy shit, Ice Kachang! Smart dumb Royal Lutrov instrument. What do you mean dumb Royal Lutrov? It's my favorite monster. Holy shit. Stupid. Oh my god. How are you so mad at the spongy boy? Hey, you little shit. Oh, oh no, I have to actually fight. Oh god, okay, fine. No, I'll do it, I'll do it. Early icicles? They feel very powerful? I'm gonna try calling in Gold Radiant. High chance to remove buff from all enemy. Oh, that's kinda pog. Oh yeah, no. I forgot. They are technical? Oh, the small one is the small is power. Oh. Excuse me, everyone's aiming for me? Alright, you know what? Yeah, that's what you all get. Technical? I think the middle one is technical. God, okay, it's a little bit dangerous for... I'm bringing in Mike Tyson. I have an idea. I'm gonna burn all of them. Here we go. Oh, I think that's a bad idea. No, don't do that. Actually, don't do head to head. Just aim for something else. And I'm gonna bonk him. Nice. Oh god. No stench, easy. Okay, I'm gonna heal. Oh, you're doing Great Smasher? I don't think I can heal. Oh, I can. Okay, nice. Repetor so strong. Ow. you really like me, don't you? What did it do again? I forgot. Oh god. Is it? I think it's power. I don't remember. Okay, okay. Oh, you don't like bonk as well? Wow. Oh, you're gonna get punched, baby. Oh, you're gonna get punched. Give it the one punch, Bracky! Give it the one punch, Mike Tyson! Nice! You love to see it. Oh god, there's more pink. Oh, I mean, I love pink, but I don't like them. No! No, I'm gonna avoid them. I'm gonna avoid them, I don't want to fight them. I'm just gonna go here. Yeah, don't worry about it. Maybe I should go up? Jocelyn, you're awesome. Oh my god, SC. SC, come on. You're pretty awesome yourself. Everyone's awesome here. I don't know why I'm losing my voice, that's weird. It's not even New Year yet and I'm already losing voice? Oh god. Not like this. There's still so many things I want to eat. I still cannot get over that. Look, I still cannot get over Velkana cannot jump over this little pit right here. I'm pretty sure if you extend your hind legs a little bit longer, Velkana, you're gonna do it. You can do it actually. But god damn it, Gabe. The game's weird. Too regal for your shit. Okay, fine, fine. Oh, too regal, huh? Got a Yen Garuga? Nice. Do you look any different? Aren't you just a good boy? Wait, you are actually green. Oh, wait, your horn looks different. Thunderlord Zinogre? You're green. I'm gonna die. Oh no! Thunderlord, speed. Their speed, their speed. Their speed. Big brain? Oh, I'm a small brain! Oh, they didn't. Oh, okay, okay. I should not be thinking like they're gonna behave. I should stop thinking that they're gonna behave like their younger self. Their younger self, eh? I'm bringing in. Oh god, they're all afraid of lightning. Oh, you are afraid of lightning? I'm gonna cry. Soldier boy, come in. Soldier boy. Okay, while you do the thing, I'm gonna do this. Ooh, nice. Riverto got this. Soldier boy is doing groom. I'm terrified. Can you not do groom? Okay, fine. You can do groom. I'll protect. I will protect. Mm. It's aiming for me, right? Yeah, it's aiming for me. Just bonk him. Oh, not. Am I doing that much damage? Holy shit! I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm so fucking dead. Help! I'm gonna heal. I'm a healer. Summon? Oh god. Stevian? Yeah, well, I know that Stevian. Not gonna behave, it's gonna ruin life. Nah, they are a good boy. They're not gonna ruin life. They're a good boy. The associate? Yeah, I cheated. Oh, wait, Soldier Boy's gonna die. Soldier Boy's gonna die. Soldier Boy! Not like this. The bug feels technical. They are green. The bug is aiming for me. Xenoker is 2 turns, right? I think Xenoker is 2 turns. Oh! Yeah, River token cut. Goodbye, world. Yeehoo! Alright, okay. I get it. I get the message. I get the message. Goddamn. Can I heal? It only heals that tiny bit. God damn it, man. What are they gonna do? They're not aiming for anyone? That's weird. Okay, let's think. Right, take this slow. Take this slow. They are... I didn't see what they do. And he's bringing Ice Kachang. Ice Kachang is not afraid of thunder. I forgot what they do. Oh, their speed. Oh, you beast! Okay, one down, one down. Yeah, not enough. I still didn't see what they do. Ah. Oh, and boo boo boo. Bug is speed. Speed needs technical. I should get rid of bugs and let Ice Kachang and Roberto deal with Xenoker. Alright, that's my plan. Oh, that's cool as fuck. Oh, that is so good. Oh, that's so cool. I need healing. I don't think that's enough. That is definitely not enough. Did they heal almost the same amount? I gotta heal. Thunderbug Blitz? Uh oh. Help me, Roberto. Paralysis? Oh god. Nice. He's not done yet? I'm pretty sure he's not done yet, yeah. Who are you aiming at? You're not aiming at anyone. Oh, that's weird. I need Ice Kachang to be able to move. Ice Kachang might die. Plasma Light, Skill Seal, Paracare. Oh shit. You're gonna survive this ice kacang, I believe. Oh! Why do you keep aiming at ice kacang? Not cool, man. Another AoE? No AoE. Thunderbug the Blitz is not really AoE. This really mix. This turn should be the AoE. I don't know, man. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna do Big Brain. Big Brain. Big Brain counter stance. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, you're so fast. Alright. You're never aiming at anyone? Okay, I was wrong. Yeah, why not? Just do it. Get him! Get that, You know what? Roberto got this. I'll get the body. What was that he's trying to do? Rising Thunderhorn? Yeah. He was doing power. He was doing power. Let's get the tail. Rising Thunderhorn? Yeah. Oh, nice. What? It can fall down? Okay, is there any move that you can do that doesn't... I'm gonna bring in Whimdy Boy for a little bit. Also, out my ear. You can only bonk? What is Whimdy Boy afraid of? Thunder? Oh, whoa, whoa. Run. I should start healing. Again. Oh. It's power, isn't it? Ice Kacang, I swear to God, you need a speed skill. Bug, okay, just cheer, we got this. Stink. Oh, hey, passive, been a while. How are you doing? Welcome in. Getting ready for Chinese New Year, are you? I'm gonna bonk him. Ooh! I only died once! Not ready cause jam? Fair enough. It is Chinese New Year, it's a big deal. Everywhere, human traffic also. Again, New Year, big deal. I mean, if Miri is already like jamming like crazy, Miri is like a very quiet little city, and then Miri can already like fucking jam everywhere. Then in KL or anywhere or like in west part of Malaysia, damn, must be harsh. It's you again. I don't need another Bomber Boy. Fanged beast? This color? It's light? Traveling all the way from Singapore by bus? Oh. Do you want 1200 points in pets and hydrate? Maybe pets. And occasional hydrate. Occasional hydrate. I don't want to get drowned. I'm curious what this is. It's a fanged beast. This color fanged? Nah, I'm changing it. Not you again. No! Okay, fine. Now I got Psycho Chicken, Yangaruga, Psycho Pig, Bulldrum, Balon, Paulumu, Trumpet Boy, Kuropeko. Stinger Boy? The purple one, you mean? You mean Konga Lala? That's not Konga Lala, isn't it? Can we even have Konga Lala egg? I don't think so. Maybe not, I don't know. Yes, we can? Oh, fuck! Well, I'm glad I didn't get that. must be void of monkey. I did it! I found a good boy. I found the very best boy with beautiful horn. Do you have more? Oh, that's all of them? That's all of them? I did it? I'm so strong? That's all of them that I want to release? Oh. Alright, Bomber Boy. Still very adorbs. Look at that mighty chin. Here comes the Crimson Chin. If you know, you know. Crit M, anti-burn L. Ooh. Negates burn. Oh yeah, there's still... Oh, it's getting dark. It's already 6? Damn. Oh, wait, I'm gonna go open up the lights real quick. Oh yeah, Narix. How do I get Silverwind? Not Lucen. There's no Lucen in this game, right? There's no Lucen Narga. Super rare, high rank on Hakolo. So deviant monsters you can only get by super rare dens. Oh. Grimclaw? Jungle Deviant Corp then. I get one for you. Ooh. Gonna have me get one silver win? Hell yeah, man. Wait, can I upgrade? Can I? Nope. I haven't fought a high rank Mizu. Then can I hop into Discord? Moisturize? Alright. Good, I need to moisturize more. Let me make the game slightly softer. Wait, I think I changed some settings here. Okay, there it is. Hi.
Ooh. I don't think you need that much help from me.
You already opened the...
Yes.
Oh, so fast. Okay, okay.
Also, apparently my PNG tuber is missing.
Oh, shit.
Wait, let me check. Maybe I need to reactivate.
Oh, okay. Oh, got here.
I need to relog in.
I mean, at least it looks fine on my end. Also, you get to hear my normal voice.
Ah, oh, it's okay.
Yeah. I go join your room first. I bring my ice kacang dah. Is it the same password?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no, not this one.
Oh shit.
Also, you disappear. 3621。
3621. Okay, ice kacang and soldier boy. I feel like Velkana walk kind of slow, eh?
Velkana not so fast.
Yeah, no. I didn't bring Naga out.
It's okay, you got raw. Can on.
Yeah, but then I'll be very slow.
Who else do you bring?
Soldier boy.
Oh, okay, yeah, then you'll be kind of slow.
Yeah. All three of them is slow. too. Oh, you got the good boy, eh?
FF. It's one of my. I got him before I got my Estelos actually.
Wow. Oh, also Thunder, huh?
Mm-hmm. Vital Essence.
Is it for me? Vital Essence, eh? Oh, so many portal cap.
Go on. You can afford more things.
Yeah, lor. Can buy more nutriment.
I thought
And
it's only kept at it's kept at like you can only get like a few only.
I
Oh
think.
no, yeah, it's post game. I think you keep buying.
Oh, eh, wow, nice, oh.
I think I don't remember.
Hopefully, low. If cannot, then. Also, I mean, cannot do anything, what?
Map generation will be fucked today.
Yeah. The chest in the walls, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Rathalos?
Yes.
That máu. Huh? This one. Flying Wyvern, no.
Yes.
I guess I'm getting. I think I get this one. Yeah, I'm gonna get this one. I don't think I've seen this egg before.
But you've seen the monster before.
Oh, Steve, ah. I mean, Steve also good, nah? I like Steve.
Hear your roar from here.
Wow, nice, oh. See, Nakiakus roll so good. Nakiakus is the king boy. Eh? Oh, this pattern bigger.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, picker, eh. I don't think I've seen a baby picker before. Okay, I'm getting this one. Pickle, baby pickles.
Before you touch the control.
I almost touched the conchu. And lucky I saw the conchu jumping. Wow, today is all sleeping pickles, eh? Oh, Steve. Wait, who is this
Not
again?
not Steve.
No, just now that was Steve. This one,
Yeah. Sam Barrel.
oh yeah. I got baited so many times by Senbariev. Huh?
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 Oh, it's super heavy. Oh, I'm taking this one. Huh? Wait, oh shit! I just realized we need to kill. We need to get silver win.
Ah, okay lah.
Oh, 惨了.
Wrong.
Silver win very strong, eh?
Ah, okay lah. What's wrong?
I scared I die. Come on. Oh, that was Stygian? Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, okay.
I charge him. Ooh.
Yeah, you mean me already. Okay, whatever lah. Okay.
I actually forgot what silver win does. Feels technical. Wow.
You see, very golden boy.
Yellow. Nice, eh?
You mean you are.
Yeah.
Okay.
In a power call. Wait.
Okay, now he angry.
Oh, 慘咯。
Aiming you first, right?
Yeah, aiming me. They become power, right?
Speed,
Oh, speed ah.
I think. Yes, speed.
Oh no.
Yeah, should be speed, should be speed.
Okay. I get a power call.
Wait, why did I act first?
Oh.
Oh, he aimed
Oh.
your... Like your cross.
Oh. Sleep.
Missed. This is the
LE?
AoE, yeah. You're not aiming anyone, is it?
Let me see. It's not aiming for me, it's not aiming for...
Oh no, this is the... Okay, I know which one is this.
Is it gonna target Locust? I'm scared.
Just do a
I'm
tech
gonna-
move. Like any tech move.
Oh, any attack,
And
yeah.
hope he doesn't aim your Lagia cross.
Okay.
But he shouldn't. I think he looked at me, so he should aim me.
Oh.
Unless he aims you. Because you act first. Nope, he aimed me, yeah, correct.
Okay.
Okay, then this turn is the double AoE. Which is basically me not giving a fuck.
Okay, good. Don't do royal decree lah. It's okay lah. Don't do royal decree. You already trying. I get tail.
It might not happen actually.
Oh, die already. Whoa.
Yep.
Magic
Not
pixel.
Oh, you got it?
I got the tail.
So
Yeah. Oh, I can make silver wind armor. Oh. Elder?
extra. Silver Wing is this?
Wait, that's Silverwind? That looks like Beetlejuice? Who? Why is this Elder?
Extra.
Oh, Teosra.
Toaster.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
give her.
We can always
This-
just go again.
Yeah. Teostra.
You see how cursed Yoshua is?
Hi, Breen. You should take the thing I posted in general game stuff. So we're doing well. Oh,
Soul
Oh, wait.
Calibur. Oh,
is it the dragon game? I saw the dragon game. Oh shit. Oh, it's Heihachi versus Heihachi. It's Soul Calibur 2. Oh my god. Yeah, Soul Calibur 2 is really good, see.
Okay, we make it more exciting.
Oh, what do you mean? Also, yeah,
Change
Breen. I'm doing good, Breen.
change
I hope you're doing good
modes.
as well. I haven't saved once, eh. I go look at Teostra.
Okay. Yeah, I put back your old password.
Oh, okay, okay. I mean, if I don't look at the head, it looks cool. I think the eye... It's not bad lah, it's nice lah, but the eye looks like it can kill someone, eh? Yeah lah, Teostra not bad lah. Oh, but when grow up looks really good, oh. Minotaur Growlithe. This PNG tuber reminds me of a cross between the Minotaur and the Growlithe. How do you feel about that, Narix? Toasty boy.
Interesting analogy.
Minotaur and Growlithe. I mean, I guess the Growlithe is because of the pattern, eh?
Probably, pattern with mane.
Yeah. Oh. Baby Pickles looks kind of cursed, but I love it. It's a good kind of curse.
The Pickles.
It's a good kind of curse. Yeah. Anti-bleed soul kinship. Oh, XLA. Pickle boy. Is this Sand Barrier? I forgot.
Sorry, girls.
Oh yeah, Steve, I forgot. They're so... they're
Yes,
so
one's yellow,
similar.
one is yellow, one's orange, I'm aware.
It's so similar. I don't know why Steve looks a little bit derp. Oh. Wow. Health boost XL, Divine Blessing XL. This Steve is afraid of dying, ah. Steve boy. Alright, this one I already know. Okay, I go join your room first. Narix is petable fluffy. Narix is petable fluffy. Yeah. Oh wait, I should change one team.
You could. Yeah, you can change it from there, but okay.
Okay, I changed from there.
Yeah, good.
I didn't know.
It's fine. It's fine.
Maybe I changed Soldier Boy though. I use Camo Boy for traversing. Go to bed. Oh my god. Hi, Barnaby. No, I don't want to go to bed now. I'm trying to get Silver Win.
7 p.m. bed.
7 p.m. bed. It actually feels good if you sleep at 7. Sometimes nah.
Sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes.
Okay, let's see which deviant enemy will roll.
Oh wait, this is Deviant? Are we fighting
It's deviant then, so it can I think all the deviants can be the enemy.
Oh shit. What if we got the good boy?
Buff.
Blood buff? I feel like blood buff is okay. You're still sick, go Nini, go 99. I mean, I'm kinda like... I think it's safe to say that I'm kinda fully recovered lah. Maybe. I mean, I still feel a little bit blurred from time to time, but I think that's just me.
You
But
always blur, what?
Oh, okay though. Yeah lah, I always blur one. Then I fully recover already lah. I will go to bed after I get Silver Win.
Is this? So if you fail to get silver wing, you just stay up all night, is it?
Ah no lah. Here's sponge but got no egg. Got the sponge. Happy you got sponge? Sponge is great. Spongy boy is like top tier. Fully recovered sounds like a dying jaguar. What do you mean? Sounds like a dying jaguar. Do I sound like a dying jaguar to you? I mean, at least I don't think that I sound like a dying jaguar. Did I go the wrong way? Oh no, okay. Nah, but you do still sound sore. Maybe just a little bit, yeah. I mean, it does take a bit of time to recover from food poisoning, but yeah, rest assured, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling pretty okay now. Oh, yo, okay. Hakolo Eggman be greedy. I think I skipped through the Hakolo Eggman request.
Is he gives stimulant, I think.
What? No wonder I don't have stimulant lah.
Do you need to kill Azure Ratalos actually
Azure Ratalos,
for any upgrades?
not that I know of.
Okay.
Steve?
Surrey Gears again, yeah.
Yeah. Pickles?
You're getting everything else but the deviants. I gotten 2 deviants already.
The game bully me.
Oh, that's
Bitter juice?
this basil, I think. Yeah, that's basil.
God damn it. So close.
Shiny.
Let's go Tiggy.
I
Uh
that's either Tigrex or Grimclaw. Because they have like the same, almost the same colors. Very hard to tell.
Oh. Well, now we're getting the... Yeah, we're getting the thing. We're getting the materials anyway.
Oh
Wait,
yeah,
let's
no
see if-
speed. Oops. I don't mind. Forget it.
I forgot what Restless does. I gotta change monster. Ice Kacang.
Man, I'm gonna give 0 fucks.
At least you're feeling a bit better. Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better actually. Thanks, Barnaby.
Okay.
What if I do cheer? Would that override your buff?
Yes, yeah, override that. Yeah.
That's so sad. I can actually sabotage you.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine.
No, I don't want sabotage. It's fine.
So I don't have a speed move. Can you stop doing this?
I'm just gonna get tail. Ooh.
Ow.
Wow, everyone is playing firework already.
Have to casually do too much damage. Go. It's a AoE attack.
Oh,
I think
AoE,
it'll be
yeah.
fine. Yeah.
I think okay lah.
I think okay.
You know, I'm gonna get ready lah. I'm gonna heal.
Oh. The only one that will probably die is Falcana.
Volcana. Oh, Volcana is afraid of fire, eh?
It's a maybe only. But if you have full health, I think it's fine.
Yeah. But I'm still gonna heal first lah. Unless you have heroic.
No.
Okay, no, okay.
Huh? What you? Oh, wait, this is the regen. Yeah.
Yeah, regen. Okay. Wow, Stygian.
Regen took 2.
Stygian say, aya, got bug bite me. Bully yo. Got another one. Oh wait, no. Then I can cut it first lah. Wait ah. Ooh.
It's more or less dead already.
Yeah. You lo, too strong. You're too strong already. Oh, mati sudah. Yeah. I got free material.
He used to pick up. Cannot already, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I? Double check.
I don't know.
Yeah, no more egu. Oh, so heavy.
Yeah, it should be a Grim Claw then.
Yeah, no. If Green Claw, nice eh. I don't think I have a Grim Claw yet.
About the same, I think Grim Claw is nice, but I actually don't actually see people use Tigrex at all. Like
Yeah.
the two endgame Tigrex both are not used.
People don't use Tigrex. Tigrex is speed, right? I think there's a lot more other speed monster.
No, they are not.
Oh no, oh, okay.
The Tigrex is speed power. So your last two is one is speed, one power.
I mean, I don't know.
I think.
I might.
Oh no, they're both power. Normal Tigrex is speed. Where is Brute? Brute is power. Yeah,
Grimclaw?
normal Tigrex is speed. Apparently.
Grimclaw?
I don't know, cannot see. Probably.
Yeah. Uh.
Oh, Thunderlord.
Oh,
I got a silver win.
you got what? I want silver win. Come on, trade. Này. Trade egg. Okay,
I think by
no.
the time you start Elder Lair, you'll be more than prepared already.
I think way too prepared lah.
It's okay, it can still wreck you.
Yellow. See, if my Cobalt Brain X up, then yeah. Dogo Thunderlord? Yeah, I think that's
Thunderlord, yeah.
Yeah, that's a Thunderlord.
Yellow green.
It's a very green.
Yeah, this one, right?
Who this?
That is
Bloodbath?
King, I think.
Dread King? Oh.
Yeah, Dread King.
Oh yo, what can okay lah. I like.
Yeah. It's Thunderlord.
Thunderlord. Ayo. Oh, you got both eh?
It's okay, I don't need already. Everything done already. Just play this game to help you only.
I have super helper.
Oh, actually, if it's Bloodbath, I should change. Did I make it? Oh, I didn't make it. Never mind that.
What do you need?
No, I thought I made a different hunting horn.
Oh.
But don't have then, never mind.
Do you have heroics?
No.
No. I bring ice kacang.
Aiming you ah.
Yeah, aiming me.
Okay. You should still remember how to fight him, right?
Nope.
Davis.
I think it's power. Let's say it's power. Oh!
Bonk.
Ayo! Almost died.
It look heroics.
Oh my god. I don't want heroic now. Heroic too scary.
Now aiming your ice kacang.
Yeah. It's speed, right? Do you have technical move? Yeah, kamu tak ada technical move, I will cry. I'm gonna heal.
Also expensive.
Yeah lah, ayo. Aiya, but then ice kacang too beautiful ah.
Probably won't get
Right.
one shot lah. Probably.
I hope. Ice kacang is stronger than me, I should be fine. Oh.
Oh,
Is it aiming at ice kacang again? No, right? No, no.
did I bring? Oh, I didn't bring. I
LE,
didn't
right?
bring my Aptonov. Okay, never mind.
I can be Aptonov, I think.
It's probably a ground dive.
Oh, ground dive, ah.
It's probably ground dive or power charge.
Okay, I'm gonna...
I know it doesn't really. It shouldn't be too important.
Oh shit, wait, I cannot heal. I don't have enough. No, I'm gonna throw life powder.
Just smash ah. Yeah,
I
it's ground dive.
scared.
Waste my one turn.
It's okay, I can... Oh, we cannot throw the Sonic Bomb first, right? Because Sonic Bomb is too fast.
Compared to what?
Compared to the
Oh,
ground
yeah,
dive.
yeah, yes. Sonic Bomb will act before he does.
Yeah. I'm gonna throw the beam.
Okay.
I'll throw at the tail.
Okay.
Ooh.
Hey, you always too stuck.
Gonna get the horn. $82.
You're the poor guy over here without a crit.
I know, right? Crit too rare for me already.
It's targeting me.
Oh, okay.
Do you need kinship?
I think my
Actually,
king...
do you even have a single target type move? No, right?
For Ice Kacang,
Ah.
Ice
For
Kacang,
any other monster, if you need the kinship,
I have
don't
one
have
snow
one.
spray.
don't have. Okay.
It's okay, I can manage. Is it pissed already?
No. 82.
It's so sad, man.
Yeah, because he's non-elemental, so he's reducing the damage also.
Oh, yeah. Okay, then that makes a lot of sense, lah. What the hit is so painful one. It's not aiming at anyone?
Yeah. Well, it's looking at my Zinogre, but I don't know what the fuck it's doing, so...
Yeah. I'm gonna heal again.
It could be an AoE for all I know, but it's probably just gonna be ground dive.
Again?
Yeah.
It's okay. I got not soothing sound. Overture.
Oh, it's focus power. Oh, well. It's gonna get knocked out in rage anyways. Fuck.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, hit that part.
On the red, then got a Rainbow Basarios. Rainbow Basarios? I only know about Ruby Basarios.
He got a like a rainbow shiny Basarios egg.
Oh. I thought it's like literally Basarios Rainbow. It's like, wow. The Ray of Ray.
Yes, the gay Basarios.
The gay Basarios. Let's go! Critical down. Ooh.
I don't know what I don't know, man. Critical now feels useless. But
Kinda.
it gives sword in the wound bonus to whoever has sword in the wound. So
Oh, okay lah then. At least like a lot less chance for them to do crit as well.
I think it's crit damage down actually.
Oh, crit damage down now. Wow.
No, it's crit rate. Yeah, it's crit rate.
Oh, crit. I mean, both is also good lah. I'm gonna bonk
I don't think he will go into a second enrage also.
already dying, eh?
Very dying. Yeah. Yeah, see, you do 500. What?
I also a little bit strong, oh. A little bit.
Next time enrage, right?
Maybe.
No, you mean you. Interesting.
Diamond wave. Oh god. No, don't use diamond wave too much. Too much kinship.
No, it won't cost anything. Cause it's auto move.
Oh, wow, super nice.
Yeah. So when the monsters do moves on their own, it won't cost kinship.
Oh, wow. Wow, sure. Wow.
It's not enrage. Die already, yeah, this rate.
Die already so fast.
No lah, not yet lah, but like until now still not enriched a bit.
We, you bully lor.
Mm.
Actually, I'm gonna double. No lah, don't need double lah. Ice kacang can tank.
If you say so. You see as kacang drop to 1.
Wow, no eh. No.
Yeah.
Okay lah.
Okay, so second enrage, right?
Oh, this is second enrage.
Yeah, this is second enrage. We knocked it out of the first enrage. So the reason why this is scary Do you want me to evasion reef? I can choose not to.
To what?
I can choose not to evasion reef. Do you want to see what happens?
I mean, we have full health. Alright, let's see what happens.
Okay, he's aiming me, so I'm just going to do this.
I'm gonna...
I think he will still aim me anyways, but yeah.
I'm not gonna do right move lah. I do this first.
Okay, so this is second enrich. This is the turn order. He will do this first,
Mm-hmm.
and he has a second action.
Immediately?
Yes!
Ay, mati lo.
But it's a single target.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. At least it's a single target, not AoE. I still think Gamma is very scary.
I kind of wish it was an AoE, actually.
Yeah, true. That shit looks really good.
Yeah.
But
well.
too bad. It's okay lah. At least that looks really good.
You'll get to see when you do Elder Lair also.
Oh.
Yeah, he's one of the monsters you have to clear inside. So you get to see it.
Oh, ain't not bad, oh. Oh, it's not aiming for me. Aiming for you, ah.
No lying.
Not like oh. It's gonna be. It's gonna attack. Oh, I think I remember that move. Oh. Okay.
This is what you're gonna expect.
Yeah.
He'll do that move at the last turn of his enrage, so he's not out of it.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, not bad, oh.
That's very easy to tell, huh? A lot of the monsters, their last turn of enrage, they will do like some big AoE.
It's the big boy.
So like the Thunderlord with the tail smash.
Well,
Same
not
thing.
Gammoth. Gammoth just every turn AoE. Yeah. I still
No,
hate
they
Gammoth.
end with they end their enrage with the storm.
I mean that's a guarantee lah. But then sometimes Gammoth just like, I will bonk you 3 times. Look at the Steam. What happened to my Steam? The thing is my name in GU. If I his name every series of health bars. I will write. I will write.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I will write. I see he drooling already.
I'm just gonna do this to guarantee that even if you don't kill for some reason,
Wait.
we get points for skill finisher.
Oh. I mean,
But I think you kill it.
no, I scale.
Why scary?
Not enough damage. Eh?
Cannot be lah. He 1 pixel already.
Oh, wow. Hey, you know, oh, you can see health bar. I cannot.
I do before ma.
I forgot you can look at health bar. No wonder you're so confident that I can kill. Okay.
No, but I mean, the exciting part is when you first encounter them, then you like also don't know a bit.
Yeah.
Cannot tell their health also. Then you need to make like good calls on your own end.
Good calls. If only I can do it.
You're getting this, huh?
Oh,
Or you can keep that, sure.
brute.
Yes.
Brute. Is this?
Okay.
What is it? What is it called? The thing. You know
You look
when?
at this egg, okay?
Big-
Okay.
Oh, I see a
Is it
difference.
is it a silver wing egg?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's not.
it's not. Oh shit.
Yeah. It's
Why you
a blood buff. It's a blood buff egg. It looks like a silver wing egg.
What? Why you
Yeah,
jobate me?
one is white and one is tinted white.
Walao, this game.
But they're both blue stripes.
Oh. Yeah. Oh yeah, that egg is the savage picker.
Savage?
Savage picker.
No savage picker.
Oh, eh? No savage picker.
No savage picker.
Eh?
Eh?
Hellblade Graveness. There's Hellblade Graveness in this one.
Yeah, all the deviants are in this game.
Oh.
Sorry. Not all.
Most.
The deviants of the Fated 4.
Still no silver win. I go look at armor a little bit.
We should cost down. Dancer XL, Thunder Boost XL. Okay. We should cost down. Okay. Ah, you're also good. Can keep for the passive. You good. Good. Divine Blessing. Oh, the Pole River is useless. Okay. This one is not useful.
Why Thunderlord armor looks a little bit cursed?
It's just the helmet lah.
Yeah, the head is like I'm a statue.
I don't know, man. I use armor that hides the head, so I
Okay, good.
I don't know how it will look like.
I don't like the helmet. I mean, maybe minus the mask, then okay lah.
You hide the helmet lah.
Yeah, but no, I'm not gonna make Thunderlord armor. Heroics and vigilance. What Thunderlord?
Thunderlord is below 50% armor. It's heroics
Yeah.
armor basically.
Wow, too scary. I cannot. I scare die.
Just die only
Yeah, no lah, I don't want die. Oh, I can make weapon. I want.
You can go again if you want. Unless you want to stop at
What time
7:30.
Wow, 7:30. Wow. Yeah, I kinda want to go one more, but I hungry. What? Everyone is playing firework already.
How?
Hmm. Last. Oh, I do one more lah. It's okay. I got my bakwa.
Vodka is not dinner lah, walao.
I know, but I can tank a little bit low. I want to go one more. Just one more. It's like a drug addict. Then I hatch egg afterward.
I haven't made the lobby. Wait.
Oh, okay, okay. So early already playing firework. It's not even New Year's Eve yet.
Okay. Oh,
I wonder-
Pinky is here.
Pinky is here. Pinky! Ayo. Wow, you poop so fast now.
Huh?
The fast poop. Hoi hoi Pinky.
They're gonna be very confused at why I brought Eptonoff.
Did you bring Eptonoff? I want to bring Eptonoff also. Oh. Oh, I can use Eptonoff as healer, eh?
Yeah, see who we get.
Missy's the food topic continues, but the food is bigger, aliver, and more violent now.
Okay. Well, I don't have the honesty.
Ew, the egg I just got. The game knows. It's like, oh, you got a hell plate, okay, now you fight.
Okay, how big not hard.
I scale.
Then again, I say this right because
You
everything
know.
is not hard.
You say everything is not hard, and then I kena bully.
Okay, I need to go and remind myself to go and craft the the exploding hunting horns.
You mean which one is it again? The Mike Tyson one.
Those with sound,
Oh,
whichever one. Yeah.
so you can save sonic bombs.
Yeah, it's just sonic bombs. Also, because it's better on the turn order, you act after. The skill is based on your own speed, so you don't act first.
Oh, then it's good for the blood buff just now.
It won't affect him if he's enraged though. So, that same turn dive into the ground and kill you is that one cannot avoid.
Guaranteed. Okay, okay.
I don't guarantee. Yeah.
I thought who is breathing on my ear? In a way, asthma is kind of scarier than fart.
Can do like a meme. Like use some of the Genshin voice lines as memes also, even if you don't play it.
Me.
Like Venti going hee hee. For example,
Hee
hee. Sorry. Yeah, the hee. I think that was one of like the first few memes of Genshin. The like one of the voice lines where your companion says ihi de nandayo.
And then I kena ear. I kena e. Oh, that reminds me. I've been watching Sonic Boom. And then there's this scene where Knuckles is rating Knuckles as mayor. Yeah. I love Knuckles in Sonic Boom, man. Knuckles is so stupid like me. Yeah, so Sonic Boom is really good. Knuckles is like my spirit animal.
The hell is the Bunui?
The Bunoi.
Bunui.
It's the year of a Bunoi.
Bunui.
I could put the Knuckles rating approve meme.
Sombrero.
Mexicana.
And let's make this exciting for you.
Are you gonna wait? At least let me look at the egg first.
Basil geese. Thunderlord.
Second Thunderlord? This one is Rainbow, eh? No.
Basil Geese.
Hey, Kanasai, way.
Oh, there we go.
Yes! There it is. Yeah, I have no speed. It's too heavy. Knuckles is hard to write badly, it's already so. Oh, it's a Dread King.
Yeah, that's why I still make it more exciting for you. Cause if there is no monster at the 10, it will always spawn a deviant when you are. Sorry, it's a very good chance to spawn a deviant. Than
Oh.
Protector.
Then okay, let's do reverse psychology. Rathalos is power. Usually he'll do power. But this is deviant. It's gonna do technical. I trust it's gonna do technical. Oh! Wait, can I sideways?
Reverse psychology yourself.
Why? All the other deviant do different thing, and then now this Drag King doing the same thing. Okay lah. Mind reading.
Still aiming you.
Hey, walao. It's okay. I can head to head cannot kill me. Ooh. It's the goodness of boy. One. Hey. Hello?
Okay, I wanna see if this works.
Why do you like me so much? You wait, is Abdullah doing Savage Raw? Alright.
Okay, does this work? Nope.
Oh, ineffective or what? Abdullah very angry, yo.
I mean, I can keep trying.
It's ineffective though.
Yeah.
Is it doing AoE? Feels like AoE, yo. I'm gonna ride. I'm gonna ride. Yeah. Because I don't know what you're gonna do.
Soaring Flame.
Soaring Frame is AoE?
Soaring Inferno, yeah.
Oh, even more scarier lor.
But you L plus ratio, right?
Yeah, plus L plus
he's
ratio.
gonna do it again anyways.
Okay. I mean, at least I plus L plus ratio for one turn, no? I'm buying time.
At the cost of your entire kinship.
Yep. Yep. Oh, now I cannot block. I forgot. You know what? I have a very good idea. Look at this. Look at this toughness meat. I add defend. My defense is gonna be so strong. Toughness meat. Oh! Whoa! Almost die.
Hey, look at how much damage my Stygian took, man.
Yes.
Even with fucking Dancer.
Your Stygian too tank. Who's he aiming at? You?
Me.
Alright.
Yeah, I mean.
I'm gonna life powder. Oh! Oh, I got Fatalisa. I got Fatalisa.
Maybe?
Wow. Yo, that Fatalisa ball looks so good, eh? You know, in Mansanta Wood, it is solely because of Fatalis ball that makes me become a ball main.
I mean you, huh? Okay.
I mean me. I think it's
Yeah, I
me.
don't think I'll die from Blast Bite.
Oh wait. Oh, I don't have Blast Blade. Wow.
Cannot cut the wing.
Oh yeah, I need to aim the wing, I forgot.
Hello.
Oh.
Hello! That Leon.
Hi.
No, it's... Oh, it's Vita.
No, I am not Leon.
Which Leon?
That Leon.
That Leon. I know of two Leons. Looks like AoE.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, I'm gonna die.
He's gonna eat 2 cards and not care.
Are you Roberto? Roberto can cut.
Need my dog to crit.
Oh my god.
Ah.
Yep. Oh, well, I didn't crit, but that works.
Still die. Oh yo. Stone. Hi Rita.
I'm in the call. What do you mean?
I didn't. Why were you in the call this whole time?
He just came in.
I didn't see. I didn't hear.
Yeah, because you got streamer mode on, so the beeping sound thing play.
Oh. I forgot. I gonna bring I King Boy because Ice Kachang is doing uncritable move.
What's the asthma thing for?
It's asthma.
I didn't get it.
It's asthma. If you redeem a few more times,
Don't worry, man. I have 100 points so you redeem it.
there's a table slam. Whoa. I did all this asthma
Oh.
this afternoon.
Oh my god.
There's 57 asthma noises.
Why?
Because it's funny, huh?
Wait, do you actually have asthma? It's,
No, I don't.
oh.
But I'm not trying to make fun of people with asthma. I'm sorry. This
Technically, it's not really asthma. It's just him.
Gas.
He's just the guy preparing to say something. He just takes in a very deep breath in that manner.
that is my kind of humor.
But at first, when I saw the asthma, claimable, I was like, so how are you going to show us how it works when it comes to asthma, you can't really hear it unless you're like literally right here. Because I have asthma and I know it works.
Oh god. No, don't redeem asthma.
I'm gonna keep redeeming it.
Oh shit. No, talk to me. Why Ice Kachang is doing Icicle?
I've my I'm drinking.
Oh my god, your PNG tuber.
So good.
Yes.
It's very pog.
You should look at Kimmy's.
I mean that face really fits. I don't know how else to explain it, but when I look at that face, it reminds me of you.
Let me show you Kimmy's picture here. How did I show it? I'll just send it on Steam right now.
You send it to Steam?
Yes.
You want to double with Camo?
I don't have kinship.
Yeah, I let you double. I cheer. Unless I'm doing it wrong. Oh, okay, okay.
Oh man. I think you might have override. Yeah, you might have override. Oh, nice, okay.
That crunchy raw noise.
It's the same Rathalos noise that we know and love.
Yeah.
Funny thing is, when Kimmy sent it to me, I recognized it immediately because he drew the same exact thing on a 4K mirror when he
Oh,
was
wait.
staying over.
Oh, it's not power anymore, is it? It's technical. I think it's technical. You know what? I'm gonna do the safe thing.
And then he AoEs and then we all take damage. Yes, he does.
Ay, mati na! Why it's still 2 power? And let me look at the picture you sent. I'm not gonna look at this. Oh my god, ice kacang mati sudah. Oh.
I just skipped your turn as well.
Oh, this one's pretty good, eh? Oh. Wait, I'm not ready. Yeah, that looks really neat. That does fit your vibe.
Yes.
I'm gonna heal.
The nearest Nito of the whole neat and neat day of neatness.
The nearest Nito of the whole neat day of neatness? This is not the boss, right? Oh, I mean, this is the boss, but not the...
No, it's just a Den Protector. We're taking so long on the Den Protector.
I'm gonna cry, I'm gonna cry. I cannot kill. This shit too strong, I die once already. It's okay, I got this. This game, easy.
Famous last word.
No, no.
This game easy dies.
Die. Look, it happens to me multiple times already. It's fine. Why is it looking at my ice kacang? Oh,
yeah, why are you looking at Ice Kachang?
Ice kacang is afraid of fire. No wonder. Okay, okay. Let me change.
You literally call it ice. What did you expect?
I mean, in this game, ice is afraid of lightning.
No, it depends on the monster.
Oh yeah. Okay, okay.
Yeah, Kush is weak against lightning. What's this? Legiana is weak against lightning. And yeah, this is just weak against lightning, I think. Yeah.
Oh,
Hey your
Camel Boy, Camel
is
Boy,
dead. Yeah, camel boy is dead.
Camel Boy. You can evade this, I believe. Oh,
Dead.
how much damage was that?
500.
At least. Don't worry, everything is
Nice.
fine.
Okay.
It's aiming for me.
Oh, it's fine now.
Yes, he's flying now.
Yeah.
And I would like to get off the Zinogre, but I can't. So
I cannot, eh?
I cannot. I need to kinship.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. You do kinship. I bring in Ice Kacang again. Because Ice Kacang is my...
You should probably just Vital Essence or something.
Oh, yeah, ho! I forgot I have Vital Essence. Okay, I'll do it. Just in case I die again. Ooh.
Too bad
Why
it doesn't
if-
do public.
I feel like the Dread King Rathalos is like stronger than any other deviants out there. Like.
He's not hard, just
I don't...
oh, he's not
I-
hard, he's just very thick.
Oh, it's very thick lah.
Thick.
Okay. Is it?
Okay, you're dead.
Wait, it's technical? Don't worry about it. It did happen.
Completely dead.
What? I hate it here. Why why the fucking too thick lor this one. I mean I like a good thick, but that's just hyper thick.
It's okay, I also got one shot.
But I used my vital essence.
Not enough Vital Essence.
I should have used one more. Oh my god, it's 8 already. You know, it's fine. At least I got...
At least you get to see.
I get to see, and I also got Silver Win, I think. Yeah, I got Silver Win, right?
No, that was the first 10.
Oh, do we not get the egg?
No, you have to
I will... I will go and cry.
You're the one that triggered it too.
The game knows! The game knows to give me a Dread King Rathalos with extra thick.
Tanky kingy, tanky kingy.
Tanky Kingy, yeah. I got Tanky Kingy ED.
Okay, I go first.
Yeah, lor, I also need to go dinner. Very hungry already.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
But
Bye, Rita.
no, I'm not going yet. I wanted
Okay.
to ask if she wanted to play for one later.
Afterwards? About what? Around what time?
Whenever you're ready, I guess.
I guess after I get dinner.
Yes. Perhaps we can convince Kavala to tag along and just all die together.
Yes.
Oh no.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think... Oh, you streamed before? Nice.
No. Have I
It's-
streamed before?
It says you were playing Sea of Thieves.
I think I was just showing it. I think I was just testing it. I don't think I was actually streaming for the sake of streaming.
I mean, that technically counts as a stream.
For, I think I left it on private though. I don't think it was even public.
Oh shit. Get bonked. Thanks, Narix, thanks. Yeah, then after I get dinner, I hit you up, lor.
Sure.
Thanks. Thanks. Thanks for the car. What?
Yeah, more.
Hey! What did Kobo do?
Oh, okay, I'm not the one spamming it now.
Yeah, it's okay. Oh my god. Help! I'm just a Kobo. I don't drop rare drops. Oh shit. Thanks, Brain. Extended cobalt warranty, extending
Anyway.
cobalts and shaped via cars. I guess. This is not extending my warranty. This is shortening my warranty. This is glowy boy.
Oh, there goes your character.
Yeah, I mean it's still there. If you squint, you can. Oh, there I am. If you squint hard enough, you can look that I'm actually there.
Wait, I have the perfect picture for that.
Oh,
I had to do that.
What you send? Yep. If you squint hard enough, I mean that makes sense. Kobolds are pretty small. Anti-blind dancer. Oh, dancer M.
But yeah, I'm gonna go to just poke me on Telegram or Steam whenever you're ready, and I'll just see if I can drag Kapala or someone else in.
All right. You better don't kill me.
No, I won't kill you. I think we would die from the ghost first.
Yeah, fair.
Alright, goodbye.
Okay, bye 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 bye. Okay, this is the goodest boy. Okay, so there's apparently there's 3 Zinogre in this game, and then there's like, I mean Zinogre is good boy, Stygian is good boy. Yeah, Stygian is good boy, and then Thunderlord Zinogre is gonna be the goodest boy. Slugger, oh god, I don't think Slugger is that good. It is XL. Okay, you are good boy. Proceed further. I guess. Uh-huh. I forgot who this is. Oh yeah, it's the one that killed me just now. It's the one that team wiped me. You're still cute though. No, you're still very cute, Red King. I still love you. But what the fuck, man? Bombardier XL, Bombardier L. Explosive Breath. Medium chance to inflict plus blight. Oh! Whoa, Dread King Red Loss inflicts plus blight? Yo. No wonder you have Bombardier XL and L. I have the King Boy, Fly King Boy, D Fly King Boy, D Fly King Boy. Oh god. I mean, Fly King, D Fly King Boy, Bo. The Up King Boy. This is abstract name. The Up King Boy. It's not fly, it's up. My naming sense. It's snowballing down. Ooh. Oh, that's a glowy tail. Why do you have an aura around you? Why do you have aura? Why do you look so good? Oh, you're so menacing, you little baby. Oh my god. You're gonna take on the whole world. I want to bring Hellblade Glaveness. Bombardier anti-burn. No chance to inflict burn for 3 turns. Huh. Boost Blast Bite and Explosive Sunward. You don't have... Do you have Blast Bite? You are H... Knife Boy. HK Knife Boy. Alright, I mean HK Knife Boy, Knife. There it is. That's all the monsters. And let me just do this real quick. And I'm gonna go get myself dinner, yeah? I'm actually getting pretty hungry. Probably gonna shit myself, shit my pants tonight. if I'm gonna play Forewarn afterwards, oh god. It just crossed my mind, it's like, that shit's scary, man.
Nip BOI 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 nip BOI.
Nipioi. 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 That's a new one. Nipioi. Oh yeah, let me manage the team real quick before
Nip BOI.
Nipioi. Nipioi. Steve is cool, but I think I want to bring... Oh yeah, I forgot I have Satoshi. I want to bring Cute Boy. I actually kind of want to bring a Cute Boy. What do you have? Plant Search. Oh god. Oh, I have a Knife Boy. Pickle Boy. Sand Hyoga. Oh yeah, this Toasty Boy. I forgot. Can I ask what time? God. Oh shit. I don't know. I don't know how long it's gonna take for me to eat dinner. And I'm still gonna bath as well. 9 to 10? 10 is a safe time. 9 is probably too quick for me. Yeah, 9 is probably too quick for me. Oh, thanks. Oh, Mega Breaker? Okay, then I have to change out Mike Tyson. Yeah, let's do 10. I'll try to be as fast as possible. It knows to write autocorrect after damn, but it turns Kavala into Kapala. Kapala. I always wanted to call Kavala Kapala. Just because Kapala sounds a little bit more adorbs. Just a little bit more adorbs. Insight? Oh, anti-blind. Like, strong monsters doesn't really have a good gene. King cost down XL? I could give this to Velkana. I could give this to Ice Kachang. King cost down XL. Oh. I'll keep that in mind. Goodest Boy. Yup, King Boy. I have Soldier Boy. G Queen Gal. I don't know if I want to switch out I King Boy, honestly. I King Boy is power. Goodest Boy and Diab King Boy both is power. But then I need a swim. I already have 2 fly. I'll keep it like this first. Alright, let me go save again and go get dinner real quick. If ever is power, nobody is. I mean, maybe, yeah, yeah, true. God, that was fun. I'll keep it for afterwards. Okay, let's close the game. I am very hungry. Kobo wants food. Let me quit this real quick. Huh. Alright. Thank you for streaming. Oh, thank you for being here, Pinky. And everyone here as well. Oh. Keep forgetting. Sorry. I keep forgetting about the virtual pet thing. Here, let me open up music. You want to make a shout out. Yeah, go follow this. Go follow this guy right here. Wow. Yeah, let's continue listening to this one. This one's pretty good. It's a really good jazz. I might listen to this one. This gal. Oh yeah, this gal. I forgot guy is also like can be used as gal. Breen. Thanks, Breen. No, how can I do this? Wait. I'm doing my part. I'm gonna do my part as well. Yeah, I'm doing my part as well. Don't misgender yourself. Yeah, I'm a she. We're shouting out, yeah. Brings a very cool snake. And a very nice snake as well. Maybe? Oh, did ouch not work? Here, you get one on the house. Ooh. Did it actually happen when I'm blinking? That's kinda cool. Yeah, I'm so nice. You are. Let's rate Hibley. Fire Emblem Engage. Ooh. Nice sneak. Breen is nice sneak. No, you. Oh no. It's the reverse card. Here, I'm gonna plug things real quick. My Discord, my coffee. Here, I'm gonna summon Bernie real quick.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. Also, I have my almost the Bluebird app and the red play button and the crown throne thing. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much everything. I know I'm kind of rushing this one, alright? But this will be the last stream, and I'm gonna take a big break for a while, alright? I'll come back in January 28th, and during that time when I'm not streaming, I'll try to post some like later alligator videos and also some thanks. Also some like VODs of mine over on YouTube as well, so that I'm not completely void of, you know, I'm not completely void of the internet. Hope your break will go good. Oh, I hope so too. Yeah. And back from dinner. How are you so fast? I'm gonna rate him later, alright? You're so fast. I eat very slow. That's good. Alright, so I think... Did you chew even? Yes, you did. I don't... You even. Wait, what do I want to say again? Yeah, so I won't be streaming for a while. Of course, I'll change the title to like... I'll change the title to... Like, I'll be back on like... January 28th. And then it will be a 18-hour stream. I'll do a big boy where I always just play a bunch of games and talk a bunch of stuff. And like, of course, there's singing involved, so I have to be prepared as well. I'm terrified. I am scared, but I want to do it because I like singing, but I'm just kind of nervous. Actually, very nervous. So yeah, but I'm fine, right? I'm just gonna be very well prepared. That's it, right, Joe? Singing, kind of scared. Not gonna lie, a little bit scared. I think I got this singing together. I mean, don't know who else, but maybe not. Maybe not. Invite friends? Oh no. Maybe not. I feel like that's gonna make me feel a lot more nervous. It's probably gonna make me feel a lot more nervous. We'll see about that, right? We'll see. But for now, I think I'm gonna do maybe not inviting friends, but we'll see. We never know, alright? Truth or sing? No. No. I'm really bad with truth or dare kind of game. Like, terrible. I don't know why, but the last time I played Truth or Dare with my middle school friends, everything just went downhill. When I'm the one that's being asked Truth or Dare, from that point my brain just went blank. Like, even I don't remember what happened back then. So yeah. What was your worst Truth or Dare experience? Ooh. I think the worst one, which is kind of stupid, actually is very stupid. I lost one of my friend in middle school because of Truth or Dare. I answered very truthfully because I'm like a very straightforward person. I answered quite truthfully, and then they kind of take offense to that, and they just hate me after that. So yeah, you can kiss the nearest person instead of answering in the spirit of the game. Yeah. With consent, of course. Yeah, that's mixed, right? That's mixed. I'm not saying... I'm just gonna keep it this way. I'm not saying that it's necessarily a bad thing. Yeah? I'll keep it that way. But for now, I'm already gonna go take dinner. Mixed because that makes me question their reception of the truth. Yeah, right? Maybe a little... Look, maybe I'm too brutally honest for my own good, which my friend tell me sometimes that I am like brutally too honest. I don't even know how to take like I'm just too straightforward. I'm too straightforward, alright? I'm too straightforward. But it's fine, right? Well, what happened. It's totally fine. I'm not even gonna like think of it and then just make me feel sad. No, it doesn't. It's just some sort of experience, I guess, right? There's a first time for everything, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, I'm gonna go get dinner. How many times? Brutally honest, need to be careful. Can be good, but can quickly slip into being mean. Yes, that's the thing. That is the thing. Go eat. I will. Okay, before the raid, I want to say Thank you ever so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. You guys are amazing. All right. Know that you guys are all loved. You guys are all valid, and you guys all matter. Okay. I love y'all, and I'll see you guys on January 28th, where I'll do a big boy stream. And in the meantime, be safe, everyone. And I love y'all. All right. And here comes Ray to Hibley. Look at that multiple boop from Narix. Boop. 1 second, you're giving good feedback. Next, you're telling someone they're as ugly as it gets. Yeah, I mean that happens. That happens to me multiple times. Although I'm glad that because they understand that I'm brutally honest, so they didn't take it too harshly. They were they were pretty understanding as well. So I'm glad to call them my friends. Although I tried not to be too brutally honest, right? Cobra says hi. There, I'm gonna use this emote. Haha. That's the emote I'm gonna use. Honestly, use whatever emote you guys have. It's totally fine. I just prefer to, Kobo. Every Kobo. So I still don't truth their weak point. Yeah, I won't go there. Or at least I try very hard to not truth their weak point because it's bad, right? So I'll see you guys in 28. Be safe, everyone. I love you all. All right. See you guys on 28. Bye 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 bye. Talking about a childhood secret in front of our coworkers. Whoa.